John, here.
I think it's very important for the country to get a vote next week, not because we lost a seat. Wish we would have gotten a seat. A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I want to endorse the people that are running. But I will tell you that to me, it's very, very important to get this vote. Not because of that, but because of the, and I don't know what the vote will be. I don't know what exactly the final. We have a margin now of 2, plus our great vice president. So I really, I think we're going to get the vote. But I will say we have to get more senators and more congressmen that are Republicans elected in 2018. And then you'll see a lot more of what we're doing right now.
How could that loss affect your agenda going forward?
I don't think it's going to affect it. I think we're doing a lot. This is the biggest thing that we've worked on. This also has to do with other subjects. As you know, I won't mention the subjects, but there are some subjects in here that are very vital to the beyond, I'm talking about beyond pure tax and tax cuts. But I'm just very excited by it. This is one of the biggest pieces of legislation ever signed by this country. And I can tell you that everybody around this table, we are very, very excited about it. And thank you all very much. Appreciate it. I'll talk to you. Thank you very much.
All right, so there you have it. The President of the United States speaking about the tax cuts, also speaking about the major setback he and the Republicans suffered in Alabama. Doug Jones, the Democrat, the winner, Roy Moore, the loser in Alabama. The President said he was, as the leader of the Republican Party, he wanted to hold on to that seat. That seat will now go to the Democrat. The Republican majority in the Senate goes from 52-48 to 51-49 once Doug Jones is sworn in, presumably in early January. Gloria Borger, Dana Bash, April Ryan are with us right now. This is a big setback for the president, even as he's trying in these final days of 2017 to get this tax bill through.
Yeah, look, this was a huge loss for him last night. No doubt about it. He just said now, moments ago, I would have liked to have had the seat. I think that's an understatement. He endorsed Roy Moore, and Roy Moore lost, and he understands that going forward in 2018, his majority is going to be reduced. So this tax bill is very meaningful to him in a lot of ways, Wolf. First of all, he needs a win. He wants a big win. He understands that it'll be a little easier for him, one vote easier to do it now. And the problem he may have, and the question I have is, will people be less willing to do this if they have real questions about it, if they believe that he's weakened or that it'll be harder after January? Would they want to try and put it off? I mean, who knows? You know, Chuck Schumer this morning said, let's not do this now. Let's not rush into this.
Yeah, he wants the new Democratic senator to be sworn in before they have a final vote on the Senate floor. You know the Hill quite well. Are these Republicans who are maybe a little bit on the fence, are they less likely now to feel the pressure from the White House now that the president has lost his candidate in Alabama?
No, I think that they feel even more pressure from the White House. But on the flip side, they have a lot more leverage. Susan Collins, the moderate from Maine, is probably one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful person in the city right now, because even more so, obviously, next year when the margin shrinks to a one-seat majority, and that Doug Jones is going to be sworn in, because she will determine in many a vote whether or not the Republican Congress and the Republican president gets a victory or not. And so she does have a lot of leverage. I do think that one of the things that the president said about the need for a bigger majority come 2018, there are many a Republican banging their head against the wall listening to him say that, because that was what they were hoping to do in Alabama last night. That's what they were hoping to do when these allegations against Roy Moore came out, by trying to get him to step aside. That's why the Senate Majority Leader, the Republican leader in the Senate, begged the president, please help us get Roy Moore out of the race. Not only did he not help in the last week or so, he went all in big time to help Roy Moore. And that produced a Democrat from Alabama, which, as we said many times last night, was the first time we've seen that in a quarter century. So if the president wants to keep the Republican majority, grow the Republican majority, he's going to have a very tough conversation with people like his good friend Steve Bannon, who are all about right now purity and all about running Republicans in primaries against those who have proven that they can win their states.
He's going to have a conversation with himself also.
April, a lot of his advisors were cautioning him against going all in for Roy Moore. He decided to go all in, went to Pensacola, right on the border, campaigned for him, tweeted for him, did robocalls for him, and Roy Moore lost. So is the president's influence, I guess the clout that he has, is it been reduced because he's failed now in Alabama?
Gloria said something very poignant, weakened. Yes, you said something poignant. No, weakened. The president was weakened last night. For all intents and purposes, he should not have lost the state of Alabama last night, and he did with Roy Moore. And you see it in this tweet this morning where he said, well, you know, I told you before I didn't think Roy Moore would have been the one to win a primary. So he's trying to double back, but now what he has to do is bring this splintered party together, because there are a lot of Republicans now who are coming out against the president's actions, against Roy Moore, against this, whatever this was with Roy Moore over the last couple of months. They're trying to come back. I mean, you've got people like the Jack Kemp conservatives who are very upset with the Roy Moores. You've got compassionate conservatives who are upset with Roy Moore. But you have other people who kind of listen to the base pieces, the pillars of the party. But it's not necessarily all about the pillars. It's about the pillars, but also broadening that umbrella and including people versus shutting people out.
All right, everybody stand by. We're going to be speaking with a key Republican senator momentarily, but Jim Acosta is over at the White House. Jim, I understand you have some details on this conference committee tax bill that apparently has been worked out by the House and Senate conferees.
Well, Wolf, I think these details are just coming out as we speak, and from what we understand from our folks up on Capitol Hill, this is pretty close to what we've been hearing all along. Those details should be coming out later on this afternoon when the president speaks here at the White House. He's going to be giving some details about this tax reform deal. You heard just a few moments ago when the president was talking there that he is feeling pretty good about this. But make no mistake, just to underline what you were just saying a few moments ago with April and Gloria and Dana, this is a president who is licking his wounds this morning. He was, as April was just saying a few moments ago, trying to engage in some revisionist history on Twitter, saying, well, he warned everybody that Roy Moore would not be able to win, and that's why he backed Luther Strange. Wolf, we were out there on the South Lawn of the White House when President Trump was asked about Roy Moore and these accusations that he was a child molester down in Alabama, and the president said that he believed Roy Moore's denials. And so the president is trying to have it both ways here. I talked to a very key Republican source who was close to this White House last night, who said that this was an earthquake, what happened down in Alabama, and that this was devastating for the president, and that he has essentially egg on his face because he listened to Steve Bannon. The president and Steve Bannon have been speaking frequently over the last several days about this race down in Alabama, and what I'm told by a source close to the White House is that Bannon was encouraging the president to stay with Roy Moore, and the president did that at his peril. And now he is going into 2018, going to the midterm season, severely weakened with just about everybody in Washington knowing that he lost last night just like Roy Moore did. Wolf?
Yeah, and it's interesting on the taxes. The president just said that if the final corporate tax rate is 21% in the Senate and the House, it was 20%, going down from 35%. He's fine with it, even though originally he wanted it to go all the way down to 15%. But now he says he'd be thrilled if it's 21% in the final language. We're going to get a lot more details. Stand by. I want to go to Capitol Hill right now. Republican Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota is joining us. Senator, thanks very much for joining us.
Yes, sir. Appreciate the opportunity to visit.
All right. The president says some Republicans are happy with the loss in Alabama. What's your reaction to the result last night that we all saw in Alabama?
Well, I think a lot of us were afraid that we would lose it, but we also knew that regardless of the outcome, it would be challenging for us. None of us were relishing having Mr. Moore up here. Most of us had suggested that he withdraw from the race. So we knew we would have a problem either way. Naturally, without having a Republican coming from Alabama, it means our margin in the Senate is slimmer now than what it was. We're down to 51. But we're going to have to deal with it, and we're going to have to move forward in getting our tax bill done with Luther still here. He's been a great member of the Senate. He'll work with us, and hopefully we'll be able to get this tax package through as a Christmas gift to the American people.
Yeah, Luther Strange, he's the sitting senator right now. He replaced Jeff Sessions, but he will be out once Doug Jones is sworn in. A lot of your fellow Republicans are really criticizing Steve Bannon, the president's former strategic advisor. Bannon was very much out in front in Alabama, and by a lot of accounts, he was pushing the president to go out there and fully endorse Roy Moore and attacking establishment Republicans in the process. Do you believe, Senator, that Steve Bannon should still have the president's ear and should be a major player among Republicans?
Well, I'm not sure how much of a major player he was to begin with. He does have a faction, and we don't want to lose the different organizations that make up our majority in the different states. But once again, I think what this really set down in Alabama, and everybody else should learn from it, is that candidate recruitment is critical, and candidate selection in the primary is absolutely critical, because you've got to elect someone in a primary that can win in a general election. And all the different factions have got to be taking a look at whether or not the candidates that they're backing can actually get elected in a general and be a part of a Republican team up here to get 80% of what most of us agree on completed.
Yeah, because, Steve Bannon has publicly said that among the Republicans up for re-election next year in the Senate, the only one he supports is Ted Cruz of Texas. He wants all the others to go, very much in contrast to your leader, Mitch McConnell, who says exactly what you just said. You got to have candidates who can win a general election, not just win a Republican primary. On this specific issue, Senator, you're with Mitch McConnell, right?
I am, and I think our leader has been very clear that, look, we're together on 80% of all the votes we do as Republicans. We're going to have our differing points of view, but even that can be healthy. We make bills better by having independent thought. We've got folks from all across the gambit. We share information with one another. We try to do things in such a fashion that we can get a majority vote on the floor of the Senate. And Leader McConnell understands that. It's a tough job to play that he has in front of us. And it doesn't make him real popular with a lot of the people out there that want to see a pure approach to everything. And look, for a lot of the stuff that we do, it's a matter of compromise. But the compromises that we're making with Republicans in control is still better than, for the folks that believe like we do in conservative causes, is better than what it would be if we don't have the majority here. We get to set the agenda. We get to try to make things better. We get to look at regulatory reform and tax reform. This would not be happening if the Dems were in leadership roles in the House and the Senate.
We'll see what happens in the coming days on this tax bill. Senator Rounds, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Mike Rounds of South Dakota. Gloria, the assumption is the tax bill, the compromise that's worked out between the House and the Senate conferees will pass. But it's not a done deal yet.
No, it's not a done deal. And we just got an email from Manu Raju on the Hill saying that Senator Corker, told him that I have all the same concerns that I have had. He didn't say whether he would vote against it, but he didn't say he was for it either.
And Susan Collins has expressed some reservations about various aspects of this new version as well.
Yes, absolutely. And you're right about Senator Corker. The first time around, they kind of went ahead without him. They could afford to lose that one vote, but not anymore. And Susan Collins, as I mentioned earlier, is always a key player, but especially now. I was told by one of her aides last night that as long as the promises that the president made to her before she voted for the original Senate bill remain in there, particularly dealing with health care and kind of offsetting the fact that the bill, at least the original bill, repealed the individual mandate of Obamacare. And there are a few other things that she demanded and got. As long as those are in there, that she'd be okay. I actually witnessed Mike Pence huddling with Susan Collins yesterday outside the Republican lunch for a little while. So it's hard to imagine that they finalized this without knowing that Susan Collins had read it and was okay with it.
One good
and
thing
if they didn't, then they really are in big trouble.
One good thing about covering Capitol Hill, you have access. You can see what's going on.
the best.
You walk around
Best
the halls
seat in town.
up there. April, it's very interesting. Earlier in the week, Dina Powell, the president's deputy national security advisor, announced she would be leaving the White House in the coming weeks. Now we're getting word that another aide, Omarosa Maginot-Newman, is going to be leaving. You've been doing some serious reporting on this, Omarosa. Why is she leaving all of a sudden after her 1 year in the White House?
Well, it's not a year yet. You've got to, it's not a year yet. There's a lot of information that's continuing to come out. She's leaving because General Kelly was tired of it. He was tired of all the drama from the fact that Minister Omarosa Manigault-Newman is a mood changer for the president. She could get in his ear some kind of way. He could be happy, and then all of a sudden she points something out, and his whole mood would change, and he would lash out. Also, there were concerns about her wedding, how she brought the guests into the White House when she wasn't supposed to. Then there were issues with the fact that she doesn't get along. And these are some of the things that I'm told that General Kelly articulated to her last evening, the fact that she doesn't get along with the new head of the HBCU initiative, which she's in charge, well, she works with. And then being Omarosa, not knowing what she's doing, and he's had enough. And I understand last night that, and according to TMZ now, TMZ talked to a source very close to Omarosa, who said there was indeed tension. So that Omarosa is acknowledging that there was tension. There's tension. There was tension. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, not detention. No. Okay. No, we're not talking Gitmo. No, there was some sort of tension last evening. And what I'm hearing from many sources is that General Kelly confronted her. She was very vulgar, she was cursing, very animated. They worked out a negotiation for her to leave January 20th, but for some strange reason that didn't sit well with her. Also within that situation, her assistant was fired. So then after that, that calmed down, but she also said, what I'm told, she asked General Kelly, well, does the president know? And General Kelly said, yes, the president signed off. She said, I wanted to call the president, and General Kelly said, this is not going to the principal's office, it's done. So once that piece stopped, a little later on, she tried to go see the president. She tried to go into the residence.
Oh, my goodness.
And mind you, General Kelly has cut off her walk-in access to go into the Oval Office and things of that nature. Security alerted General Kelly. He came back down, told Secret Service to take her out of there.
Wow.
She was escorted off the property.
Because she tried to get into the White House residence?
Yes.
Wow.
To see the
Is she
president.
going to be allowed back on White House property, or is it over?
If Secret Service escorts you off the property, I can't see her filling out her remainder to January 20th. But it was very ugly. It was high drama last evening from what I'm hearing, and it's still coming in.
Like there wasn't anything else going on.
We thought,
and
we thought the drama was Alabama, but you
Yeah,
have
I know.
other drama over in the West Wing.
Yes.
And the sad piece about this, and we all work in Washington, we've worked for years, and we have all covered the White House together. That is not a place for things like that. And we've never seen anything like that. There's decorum and an understanding that the highest levels of power is about working for the people. And many people within the White House, to include Reince Priebus from at the beginning of the administration is still in the beginning stages, they wondered what she was doing for her $180,000 a year salary. No one really knew. She was a free agent. So General Kelly had enough, and he'd finally gotten the president to sign off. And last night, it did not end well.
She was a contestant on The Apprentice, President Trump's former TV program, so they have a history. They go way back
And
to
she was
that.
fired again.
Twice, yeah.
All right. I don't know if he said
This
you're
time for
fired.
real.
This time
He didn't say you're fired, but General Kelly said you're fired.
All right. Everybody stand by. There's more news we're following. I'm going to also speak live with Democratic Senator Cory Booker on the Alabama upset and his calls for the president to resign over harassment and assault allegations. Plus, breaking news up on Capitol Hill. The Deputy Attorney General testifying on the integrity of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia investigation after we see anti-Trump tweets from one of his FBI agents. You're going to hear that. See more. Stay with us. The nation's #2 official over at the Justice Department gets grilled about the Russia investigation and Republican claims of political bias. The Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein is testifying before the House Judiciary Committee. Earlier during the hearing, a Republican lawmaker raised questions about political contributions to Democrats by members of the special counsel Robert Mueller's team. Listen.
United States.
How with a straight face can you say that this group of Democrat partisans are unbiased and will give President Trump a fair shake?
And I've discussed this with Director Mueller, and he and I collectively have a lot of experience managing offices in the Department of Justice. We recognize we have employees with political opinions, and it's our responsibility to make sure those opinions do not influence their actions. Pardon me. And so I believe that Director Mueller understands that and that he is running that office appropriately.
I would submit that the Mueller team overwhelmingly ought to be attired with Democratic donkeys on their jerseys, or I'm with Hillary T-shirts, certainly not with let's make America great again.
Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell of California. He's a member of the Judiciary Committee that was questioning Rosenstein. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Wolf, of course.
So what's your reaction, your takeaway from the Republican arguments that the whole Robert Mueller investigation may be tainted because of a bias in favor of the Democrats?
I don't buy it, and Bob Mueller's own actions show that there was a perceived bias by a member on his team, and he moved quickly to remove that member. That's exactly what you would want him to do in this situation. If that member were still on the team, I would understand their concerns, but I can only attribute their concerns to an effort to really undermine the investigation and also signal to the White House that the president would be given a free pass on obstruction of justice if he were to fire Mueller, which is very alarming and concerning to hear that.
Because they released the texts of various texts that were sent among former FBI officials involved in the investigation of Hillary Clinton, for example. Let me read a couple of those. Here's one exchange between Peter Strzok and another FBI agent, Lisa Page. She says, quote, God, Trump is loathsome human. He says, yet he may win. Good for Hillary. She responds, it is. He asks, would he be a worse president than Cruz? She replies, Trump? Yes, I think so. He says, I'm not sure. Oh, my God, he's an idiot. She replies, he's awful. Does this lend credence to Republican claims of bias in the Russia investigation? Does it lend that kind of credence?
Well, he was removed for that perceived bias, and so I think that was the appropriate action. You can't do that on a work phone.
Because they're suggesting, Congressman, that the whole Hillary Clinton investigation was unfair because of that pro-Hillary Clinton bias, and they want a special counsel now to investigate the Justice Department on this. Is that a good idea?
Well, it is investigating the Hillary Clinton investigation. There's an Inspector General report that will be produced soon, and hopefully we'll answer that. But, I'm focused on doing all we can to make sure Bob Mueller is not fired. I asked Mr. Rosenstein, is there good cause today to fire Mr. Mueller? He said there is not. And so if that's the case, I believe firing him would be obstruction of justice.
Well, what about the Republicans' claims, and you heard it during the committee by a lot of the Republican members of Congress who argue that everything that FBI agent who has been demoted, moved to another part of the FBI and Human Resources, everything that agent touched in the investigation is now tainted because of his pro-Hillary Clinton, pro-Democratic views?
Well, I don't buy that, Wolf. We've had 2 guilty pleas already, by a general, who was the national security advisor, and Mr. Papadopoulos, who also had a pretty good education. I can't imagine that they were coerced in some way to plead guilty. They pleaded guilty because they had lied about their contacts with Russia, which demonstrates that there is a lot of evidence in this case that there were contacts with Russia, that the Trump team did have an eagerness and a willingness to work with Russia, and that we owe it to Bob Mueller to have the liberty to report back to us on whether that violated the law.
And you do make a point that the independent inspector general at the Department of Justice is looking into all of this. There's, and in part, that's why you believe, and apparently a lot of the top officials at the Justice Department believe, there is no need, at least not yet, for a second special counsel. Congressman Swalwell, thanks for joining us.
Of course, my pleasure, Wolf.
We've got a lot of breaking news on this day. The president downplaying the stinging loss for Republicans in Alabama, the Senate race there, what this means for the agenda going forward. I'll speak with Democratic Senator Cory Booker on the Alabama upset and his calls for the president to resign over sexual harassment and assault allegations. This incredible. Let's talk more about the upset in the Alabama Senate race that saw Democrat Doug Jones defeat Republican Roy Moore. Joining us now, Senator Cory Booker, Democrat from New Jersey. Senator, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to be on, Wolf. Thank you.
President Trump tweeted out his response to the vote in Alabama, saying he knew all along that Moore would lose. He also said the deck was stacked against Moore. What's your reaction to the president's take?
Well, I try not to react to the president. I try to focus on what's important. And this was a great day for the United States of America. This was not about how some people wanted to cast it about Republicans versus Democrats. This wasn't right versus left. This was right versus wrong. This is a state of Alabama rejecting tribalism and rejecting hatred and bigotry and anti-Semitism, all the things that you saw spewing forth from one candidate, and really embracing this idea that there are sometimes that our nation is much more important than our party. You saw Republican voters defecting, and then you saw this massive surge of Democrats, particularly in the African-American community, people standing up and saying, my voice is going to be heard, I'm going to exercise my power, fought for by generations in the past, to make sure that this country's ideals and values, at least there will be a light coming from Alabama.
I know you went down there. President Trump didn't go to Alabama to campaign for Roy Moore, though he did go to nearby Pensacola in Florida, just across the border. When you were campaigning for Doug Jones, what effect do you think, for example, your high-profile appearance may have had, especially on critically important turnout?
Well, I went down there trying to engage and excite voters, went to many, many churches, college campuses, HBCUs, rallies, and the name it. But I think Alabama gave me the gift. You know, my roots and my family go back into Alabama. This is a state that had a sense of conviction and energy. I thought the national media was missing it once I got there on the ground. The credit to this victory goes to Alabamans themselves and the incredible grassroots work that was going on. And I'm really proud of my country today, and I'm proud that Alabama, this state that is too often maligned, too often disrespected, that Alabamans really showed who they are and look towards the future.
1,300,000 or so folks showed up. They voted. Looked like the system went really, really smoothly, in fact. Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, the minority leader in the Senate, he's calling on Republicans now to table any final vote on the tax bill until the new Democratic senator from Alabama, Doug Jones, is seated. Realistically, Senator, do you think Republicans will heed that call?
Well, you know, I was told this morning that that's what Harry Reid did during the health care efforts when they were having that special election up in Massachusetts. I think it's the right thing to do because the people of Alabama have spoken who they want to be representing them, and we should be holding on something that is rewriting our tax code. It's going to have a massive impact, not just right now on Americans, but really this is a tax bill because of the massive debt it's going to explode. Not my words, nonpartisan agencies like the CBO and others, massive deficits it's going to explode for future generations. Alabama has spoken. Their representative should be in the saddle here in the Senate before we continue down this pathway that could be, in my opinion, so destructive to Alabamans, wage earners, so destructive to Alabamans, middle-class folks who are struggling to make it in this tough economy.
I want to ask you quickly, Senator, about the president's tweet aimed at your fellow Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. You saw that tweet. He said she used to come begging for campaign contributions to his office, and then he put in parentheses, and would do anything for them, for those campaign contributions. I don't know if you've spoken to Senator Gillibrand about it, but when you saw that, what went through your mind?
I immediately, again, vile and despicable. But how many vile and despicable tweets so unbecoming of the White House, so unbecoming of the presidency, should we be enduring before we just conclude that this is who he is? And I have no worries about Kirsten Gillibrand. She is one of the stronger, more honorable people. She's one of my closest friends in the United States Senate. She is a titan down here who has been fighting for the very people that Donald Trump demeans and degrades. She's been sticking up for people, whether it's coming out of 9/11, those folks' families, whether it's gays and lesbians in the military, whether it's women who've been facing sexual assault. She's a champion and a hero, and nothing Donald Trump could say about her is going to diminish her. In fact, as I know from my position of faith, that God has a way of making your enemies your footstools, and I think that she's going to rise up beyond this.
Does the president need to apologize to her?
Listen, if we want to start with apologies, let's go all the way back to the beginning of his campaign, demeaning and degrading Mexicans, Muslims, John McCain, demeaning his service as a hero. I've run out of, I can't even keep track of all the people he should have already apologized to that he never did. This is a person that has no shame. He's showing it that he has no capacity to understand when he's made mistakes. We all make mistakes. We've all said things we shouldn't have said, but this is a president who seems to do this. I think what we as a public, and I can't tell with the media what to do, but we give so much attention to his bad behavior, to his despicable rhetoric, that we lose sight of the substantive things that are going on that we all should really be focused on. In fact, if it was a tactic, it would be a brilliant one to distract us with this outrageous things he's saying while he's quietly trying to give corporations who are at record high profits a $1 trillion giveaway and a tax scam. Let's focus on the things that matter. He is teaching me about equipoise, to not let his daily vile, regular, demeaning, despicable, just mean-spirited rhetoric distract me from the work that I have to do every single day that we all should be engaged in, like trying to protect healthcare as we know it from this tax bill that's going to undermine American healthcare, to protect middle-class folks from just lies that he's told, like, hey, I'll get rid of carried interest. Well, no, you're preserving carried interest in order to hurt middle-class taxpayers. So I want to focus on the substance, not his outrageous rhetoric. And when he attacks people like Kirsten Gillibrand, to me, I think it's vile and despicable, but Kirsten is a person who defends and speaks and stands up heroically for others that are being demeaned and degraded. He's blowing hot air on somebody that's going to thrive no matter what he throws at her because she's doing righteous work.
You're one of 5 Democratic senators, along with Senator Gillibrand, by the way, calling for President Trump to resign over the sexual harassment allegations. With Senator Al Franken, there were more than 30 Democratic senators calling for him to resign. Why are there only 5 of you now saying the same thing to the president? Some folks are asking that specific question.
Well, I can't speak to what other people are doing, but to me, this is just a matter of obvious integrity. Senator Al Franken resigned for a fact pattern of behavior. He did the right thing, a fact pattern of behavior that shows that he was doing things that were wrong, and he himself has apologized for. I look at the fact pattern of behavior of the president. I listen to his own words bragging about that behavior. This is a man that should do the right thing and resign himself. And we are at a point in our nation where there's a comeuppance going on right now, a purge going on. We have a country where millions of Americans, our fellow citizens, millions of American women are telling their truth about harassment, about assault, about a vicious level of misogyny that all of us should be taking time to self-examine on how we might be contributing to this climate. The opposite of justice is not injustice. It is silence. It is inaction. And I think that we all should be giving a collective enough to this culture. People should be held accountable for their actions. And if this was a different type of evil, if people were coming forward and said, this person said the N-word, if 12 to 24 people came forward to say that, we wouldn't tolerate that. If it was anti-Semitism, we wouldn't tolerate that. But we have a climate right now of tolerance for a level of violence against women and harassment against women that's just unacceptable and unbecoming of a country that speaks to ideals of justice and fairness and equality. And so this is a president of the United States who's remaining in that office at a time that we all now know that his behavior is absolutely unacceptable. What does it say to young men and young women that the highest office in the land, the person that we're holding up, I don't care if it's Republicans or Democrats, we're holding that person up to ourselves and to the world. His behavior is unbecoming of the office that he holds, and he should do the right thing. He would make such an impact to advance our country if he just said, you know what I did was wrong, what I've said is wrong, I've contributed to this climate, I've done very bad things, and I'm going to resign. That would be the right thing to do, and it would set this country forward, as opposed to his position, not just of denying, but trying to destroy those women who've had the courage to come forward and tell their truth. That is contributing to the silence. It is contributing to the atmosphere that allows these kind of things to thrive. And I'm not going to accept it. And I'm going to be one of those people that will stand up and say that this is wrong and he should resign.
Senator Cory Booker, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Wolf. It's good to be back on.
And still ahead, 2.5 years of war leave Yemen's capital in ruins, but the bombs and the bullets, they are not the leading cause of death. CNN has a rare look inside this truly humanitarian disaster. In Yemen, officials tell CNN at least 35 people have been killed and dozens injured after 7 airstrikes hit a building housing hundreds of prisoners in the capital of Sana'a. Airstrikes have become part of the day-to-day life in Yemen after 2.5 years of conflict. While the violence is certainly horrific, it is not, repeat, not the leading cause of death. Access to Western journalists is rare, but CNN's senior international correspondent Clarissa Ward managed to get in for a rare look at one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world.
Yemen is unraveling. In the north, airstrikes pound Iran-backed rebel strongholds. Among their recent targets, the presidential palace in the capital, Sana'a. In the south, the streets are run by a patchwork of militias, though it's unclear who is actually in control. Some are loyal to their sponsors in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf, others to extremist groups, all vying for control of Aden's port and precious oil resources.
Life here is dangerous and chaotic, but surprisingly, it's not the bombs and the bullets that are killing the most people. It's the humanitarian crisis that is growing by the day as Yemen edges closer to becoming a failed state.
Outside the Sadaqah hospital, medical waste festers in the hot noon sun. Al-Qaeda graffiti still daubs the walls. Inside, the situation is hardly better. The hospital is in desperate need of everything from ventilators to basic antibiotics.
This is a more serious condition.
Dr. Nahla Arishi started working here 24 years ago.
Fever with difficulty in breathing. This is the worst situation now. It is aggravated now.
Because of the war?
Because of the war, yes. We are trying. Our doctors trying, but this is our possibilities. This is what is in our hand.
3-year-old Khadr has been sick with a serious lung infection for weeks.
When did you come to the hospital?
His mother, Yamal, only brought him to the hospital 3 days ago. She says the journey from her village was too far and too expensive. Life is hard since the war. Disease has spread, she tells me. He's my only child. Chicago pediatrician John Kaler is here to try to help, a rare visitor from the outside world. On this day, he's visiting the neonatal ward.
Is the soap?
No.
There is no soap, just bottled water.
So in addition to be preemie, these babies are jaundiced. Right? And so they're going to get phototherapy.
The newborns have to share an incubator, increasing their risk of infection. Doctors and nurses are also in short supply, leaving mothers to step in and lend a hand.
At this point in time, even if we got more beds here to fill the numbers of patients, we don't have the staff.
When you look at doctors like Dr. Nahla, who could be overseas, are you impressed?
I'm not just impressed, I'm awe-inspired by them. This is a passion for them. The doctors that person these hospitals, those are the real heroes.
Heroes armed with little more than determination and resilience.
What goes through your mind when you see a child die because you don't have the right equipment to care for that child?
I can't speak. Also, I am a mother. I am a mom. I have 3 kids. But this is what's in our hand. This is our facilities. And we are daily speaking. But no one heard us.
A cry for help. But for Khadr, it is too late. He dies the day after our visit. Another death that could have been prevented in Yemen's forgotten war.
And Clarissa is joining us now live from London. What a heartbreaking development. What a heartbreaking story that is. Is there any hope, Clarissa, for aid?
Well, Wolf, a number of countries have pledged aid, including the U.S., but simply put, there isn't enough of it. The scale of the need is just enormous. More than 3/4 of the population are dependent on aid. That aid is not getting where it needs to go because there are so many different factions on the ground, because the situation is so chaotic. And against this backdrop, you have this huge outbreak of diseases like cholera. Currently, the worst outbreak in recorded history, nearly 1 million cases. Yemeni health authorities struggling to get their arms around that. Just as they seem to manage to get the numbers down, now they're looking at an outbreak of diphtheria. These are diseases, Wolf, that were thought to be relegated to the history books. But in this environment, we're seeing a resurgence of them. And frankly, there's very little hope for the people of Yemen until we see some real momentum on the international diplomatic scene. At its core, Wolf, this is not a civil war. This is a proxy war. The root of the rot here is the chasm that exists between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Until that gets resolved, very little hope for the people of Yemen, Wolf.
Yeah, that doesn't look like it's going to be resolved anytime soon at all. Clarissa Ward, thank you so much for that outstanding reporting. Thanks so much for bringing this information to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. Up next, Republican negotiators in the House and Senate here in Washington have apparently reached a deal in principle on a final tax bill. The details coming up. Plus, the president is trying to downplay his candidates losing the Alabama Senate race, even though White House insiders are describing it as devastating.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hi there, I'm Brooke Baldwin. You're watching CNN on this Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for being with me. Very soon, President Trump will speak on tax reform as a major development is now breaking on that. So House and Senate Republicans, they have hit a deal on the tax bill. We know they want this win, especially in the wake of the last 24 hours. As the president pushes for what could be that win for his presidency, he is now licking his wounds, though, over this gut-punching loss in Alabama. Think about this. For the first time in 25 ruby red state where President Trump dominated by almost 30 points is sending a Democrat to the United States Senate. Doug Jones beat Republican Roy Moore, that accused sexual molester and attacker endorsed by President Trump. I want to play the moment for you when Alabamians realized the most stunning political upset since the president himself won.
From Alabama, he beats Roy Moore in this really, really exciting contest. Doug Jones comes from behind.
Now, in the world of Roy Moore, he has yet to concede to Doug Jones, but the president is admitting defeat. He congratulated Doug Jones on Twitter, and then a second tweet, maybe not so gracious. Well, we'll get into that here in just a second. But moments ago, the president acknowledged Moore's loss was positive to some in his own party.
A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I will say we have to get more senators and more congressmen that are Republicans elected in 2018. And then you'll see a lot more of what we're doing right now.
Let's go straight to Abby Phillip. She's our reporter there for us this afternoon at the White House. And Abby, I understand the finger pointing inside the White House has begun.
Definitely. The knives are out for various people right now, and I think there's no question about it. Last night was a huge loss for the president. One source telling CNN that it was devastating and characterized it as an earthquake. But the question is, who is the president going to blame exactly? There are some folks within this White House who are pointing the finger at the former advisor to the president, Steve Bannon, who encouraged the president to back more and travel down to Alabama to campaign for him. But at the same time, other Republicans inside and outside the White House are pointing the finger at Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, saying that McConnell was the one who botched this race by not fully getting behind Moore. But the president, as you just heard, has made it very clear that he thought that this seat was worth winning at all costs. He wanted them to go all in on it. Now that that seat is lost, there are some real questions now about the president's political pull. This is the second time that he has endorsed in this Alabama race, and his candidate of choice has lost. In other elections this year, we've seen the same thing, notably in Virginia. So going forward, there are some real questions here about what are the risks for Republicans going forward. If the president endorses, does he still have the ability to pull candidates over the finish line?
The cachet, we'll see. Abby, thank you at the White House. There is some more bad news for the president. Let me show you this new poll just out minutes ago. Has President Trump's approval rating down to 32%. That is a low for Monmouth's polling and matches the lowest poll we've seen in other public polls. So with me now, three ladies: Jamie Gangel, CNN special correspondent; Carrie Sheffield, conservative commentator; and CNN political commentator Sally Cohn, host of State of Resistance podcast. It is great to have all of you on.
Good to see you.
To you first, though. So we're just about a year into this Trump presidency. We now talked a lot recently about Virginia, and now, of course, the big upset win in Alabama. You're talking to Republicans. This is a huge, huge sigh of relief for them, and the president acknowledged that. But still, what does this loss mean for President Trump?
It's a huge loss for him, and Donald Trump, as we know, does not like to lose. I do want to say, though, I think this was about Roy Moore. If an acceptable Republican candidate had run, I think that Republican candidate would have won. That said, Donald Trump loses on a lot of fronts. He loses politically because he didn't push for him to step aside and try to get someone else in. He loses because the Senate is now in play in addition to the House. He's down to a razor-thin margin. And I think he also loses because Republicans that might not have been willing to buck him now have a hall pass, right? Where is this Trump base? Maybe I'll go out there and I'll do what I want to do on this issue or that issue. And I think it goes beyond people like Susan Collins, moderates. I think you may see a wider crack.
Which is significant, and especially when it comes to a legislative agenda. We'll get into that in a sec. But Carrie, to you, going back to this tweet from the president, I said Roy Moore will not be able to win the general election. I was right. Roy worked hard, but the deck was stacked against him. And just to take it further, just to prove his point here, I want to take you all back to September when he appeared on an Alabama radio show to promote Luther Strange. Remember, the president backed the wrong guy initially, and the president didn't even know Roy Moore's name.
To me, very importantly, is that he will absolutely win against the Democrat. Whereas, Ray's going to have a hard time. You know that. It's going to be a hard race. You've seen those races go very bad. Luther wins automatically. If Luther wins tomorrow, the Democrats will hardly fight. If Ray wins, they're going to pour in $30 million like they did in Atlanta.
Roy, potato. He picked the wrong guy. Do you think that? I mean, obviously the president picked the wrong person. He listened to Steve Bannon, and according to some reporting out of the White House, there's a little egg on his face, and he's frustrated today. But is the president's way of saying I was right by taking the perspective of all sides? This is what I thought then. This is how I feel now. Therefore, I'm still right.
Well, look, I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for the president or anybody else. I speak for myself in this issue. But I think what he was trying to say was, look, I backed the wrong guy in the primary, but I was all in for the sake of the party, for the sake of getting a policy agenda forward. So I think that was his rationale. I personally would have been one of those people who would have either stayed home as a conservative, or I would have been one of those who wrote in. So the write-in ballots, I think, were about 1.7%, which would have been the deciding margin potentially in this race. And so, I mean, I ended up writing in the presidential race as well, Senator Ben Sasse, because I was one of those conservatives who felt like this is a moment of crucible for us as a conservative movement. We have to decide, how do we want to define ourselves? How do we want to think about, protecting women? How do we want to think about defining human dignity? How do we want to think about, when it comes to virtue or, job, skills, do we choose virtue or skills? We should choose virtue, because that's character and that's what matters.
Hey, Ms. Sally Cohn.
I mean, I agree with Carrie.
Hold the presses.
I mean, look, no, but Carrie's exactly right. This is an incredibly important moment for the Republican Party, and not just what happened in Alabama, which, look, it's decisive in terms of obviously what it means for congressional politics. And alongside Virginia, it shows both that suburban white voters are concerned about Trump and where Republicans are going. And it also shows that, especially if the Democrats actually reach out to them and don't take them for granted, black voters are incredibly motivated right now. Those will have impacts going forward. The other piece here is how this defines the Republican Party going forward. And in addition to the Todd Aikens and the Donald Trumps, it's not going well for Republicans. And what we saw in Alabama, in addition to black voters turning out in droves for Jones, was a lot of white women, especially, staying home or voting for Jones as well. And that's going to be hard to shake. However, Trump wants to marginalize this. He is rebranding his party as the party that actually endorses, supports, throws weight and money behind men who molest little girls. In addition to the allegations against the president himself, that is not a good look going forward.
Here's the thing, though. Isn't he also throwing fuel on the fire with this, the way he spoke about Kirsten Gillibrand on Twitter? I mean, come on. Isn't that just further? I mean, in the end, he's firing up Kerry. He's firing up Democrats.
Well, I think as he counterpunches. That's his strategy. I think on the
there's
Gillibrand
counterpunching,
issue,
and then there's
punching himself in the face.
Thank you.
Sure. I'm not defending. I don't get into any particular tweet, but I think the issue of Gillibrand, which a lot of conservatives made, was she had taken money. She had been affiliated with Harvey
Weinstein
Weinstein
when the president was giving money to a Democrat. Wasn't too long ago.
Right, but also, she was very close to the Clinton family, and Bill Clinton had paid out money for sexual harassment. Adjusted for inflation, over $1 million in today's money to Paula Jones for harassment. So I think that the question of, we need to have people speaking out, but I don't think that Gillibrand is necessarily the spokeswoman, was the point that a lot of conservatives were making.
So a couple things. First of all, look, what the Democrats, no party's perfect. We could agree on that forever.
Sure.
What the Democrats have at least started to signal. Allegations, obviously they are, but they ran.
They've needed a little help.
They are allegations that Roy Moore did a poor job of trying to deny or distance himself from. But what the parties created in Alabama was a choice between a man who allegedly preys on little girls and a man who persecutes people who hurt little girls, as in the man who committed the Birmingham bombing. This is a distinction that people are going to pay attention to. And last night in Alabama, inclusion and equality won. And Democrats showed that's not just a political strategy, that's a moral strategy that also happens to win elections. And I'm going to be honest, more and more Republicans who are getting fed up, and you're welcome to come on over, who are getting fed up with the Republicans, come on over. Susan Collins, if you're watching, because if you want to stand for something and you want to support women, you're not going to be a Republican now.
I want to protect innocence no matter if it's in the womb or if it's a teenage girl. So that's, to me, I could not have pulled the lever for the Democrat in this race because he was not willing to. The values of Alabama in terms of being a pro-life state were not reflected.
Here's the person who would have been disappointed in you as a conservative, Steve Bannon, right? So Steve Bannon is the guy. It was the Steve Bannon wave with Donald Trump, and they thought it would be the Steve Bannon wave with Roy Moore. Not so fast, right? And so as Jim Acosta is reporting over the White House, again, that this notion that the president feels like he has egg on his face because he listened to his buddy Steve Bannon, and it turns out Steve Bannon was wrong. I want you all to listen to what a Republican congressman referred to Steve Bannon as this morning on CNN.
This guy does not belong on the national stage. He looks like some disheveled drunk that wandered onto the political stage. He does not represent anything that I stand for. I consider myself a conservative Republican. I consider myself an Irish Catholic. And he sort of parades himself out there with his weird alt-right views that he has. And to me, it's demeaning the whole governmental and political process.
A disheveled drunk, Jamie Gangel.
Right. So I think that a lot of Republicans were relieved. It was a twofer yesterday.
Twofer relief.
It was not just that they were relieved that Roy Moore.
They wouldn't have to deal with.
Anytime Steve Bannon's power or appearance of power is diminished, there are a lot of Republicans who go, phew. He is a migraine headache for them. And also it speaks to the same concern of, can they break with Trump? Are they going to get primaried? Is Steve Bannon going to put candidates up against them in primaries where they could get hurt? So there are a lot of people today who are saying, you know, I don't want to say ding dong, the witch is dead with Steve Bannon, but any time it pulls back, they are very happy.
Okay. They poured a little water on him.
Well,
wow.
Good one.
Okay,
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz for the win.
Yeah, no, I think Congressman King respectfully lowers himself by throwing out words like that. He's doing the same thing that he says that Trump does by name calling that way.
Hear ya. Speaking from the gut, though, clearly that is how he and more Republicans are feeling about Steve Bannon and that relief. Ladies, thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. Breaking news now. Speaking of Republicans, clearing a major hurdle today in the effort to overhaul the U.S. tax system before the end of the year. This is happening as President Trump is expected to speak very soon about taxes from the White House. We'll take that live. Also, should the special counsel, Bob Mueller, be fired? That question asked to the Deputy Attorney General testifying today up on Capitol Hill on the integrity of Mueller's Russia investigation after revelations about anti-Trump text messages were found from one of his FBI agents. And she has been one of President Trump's longtime supporters, going back to The Apprentice. You know her, Omarosa. The story behind her drama-filled resignation, quote-unquote, from the White House, and reports that she was actually escorted off the property. You're watching CNN. I'm Brooke Baldwin.
This is a wake-up call for Democrats. Your Democrats, and I told Mr. Jones this, and I love Doug, they've taken the black vote and the poor vote for granted for a long time. It's time for them to get off their ass and start making life better for black folks and people who are poor. They've always had our votes, and they have abused our votes, and this is a wake-up call. We got it in a great position now, but this is a wake-up call for Democrats to do better for black people and poor white people.
My ladies are back. Angela Rye, is Sir Charles right?
You know, Brooke, I never, ever thought I would see the day where I would be agreeing with Charles Barkley, but I think he has this 100% right. We have spent, all year, all of 2016 talking about getting rid of identity politics, and all of a sudden we saw that identity politics was acceptable when you're talking about blue-collar white workers. Well, what we do know is that there are similar issues in the black community and with blue-collar white workers, and maybe instead of tossing out the idea of identity politics and not meeting people where they are and not identifying with them on a cultural basis, maybe the thing to do is recognize that our issues are real, and where they're synonymous, they are, and we try to bridge the gap there, but we don't start tossing out the idea of getting rid of people who they are from a cultural perspective and appreciating the differences that they bring. And most of all, appreciating the fact that this is the Democratic Party's most loyal, supportive, ride or die base. You can't get away from that. And so it's time for you to fund it, Democrats. Absolutely.
When you look at what happened in Virginia last month, you look at the special election in Alabama, you look at African American women, You know, it looks like they are the ones fueling the Democratic Party. Symone Sanders, what is driving that?
Well, first of all, black women have always been at the forefront of change within the Democratic Party, within the entirety of the Democratic Party apparatus, in front of the scenes, but also very much so behind the scenes. It was Leah Daughtry, a black woman that has the only person to lead two Democratic National Conventions twice, and they were both historical conventions, Barack Obama in 2008 and Hillary Clinton in 2016. And so I think what's fueling this is that now the media and even the larger Democratic Party apparatus is waking up. We saw in 2016 that 53% of white women cast their ballot for Donald Trump. In Alabama, just last night, 65% of white women cast their ballot for Roy Moore. In Virginia, about 51% of white women cast their ballot for the Republican candidate Ed Gillespie. And every single time, it is black women voters that help push the Democrats over the top, including a coalition of millennials and progressive white voters. And so the difference now is we're being extremely vocal about this, and black women are not taking no for an answer. And what you saw today from Tom Perez, Chairman Tom Perez of the Democratic National Committee, in tweeting out, let me be clear, it was black women in Virginia and black women in Alabama, is definitely a thank you and an acknowledgement that black women needed. But now we have to take it a step further and talk about resource investment.
Yeah. Bernice King tweeting on Selma. Selma, Lord Selma, it is no coincidence that Selma, where blood was shed in the struggle for voting rights for black people, pushed Doug Jones ahead for good. April, I mean, it was Selma that turned the election for him.
Selma. You know, I kept listening to John King last night talk about the black belt, and I'm getting chills. The black belt meaning that area because the soil is so rich. But it's rich with people and it's rich with history. And I think of Bloody Sunday. I think of the sting of the hoses, the water going on the flesh of blacks and whites. And I think about the dogs that bit into the flesh. I think about the hate that was spewed over 50 years ago. And I think about a couple of years ago when Barack Obama went back to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Selma with the Edmund Pettus Bridge and the backdrop and the controversy about changing the name because of the hate. Think about that. And if you look at Selma, you could actually take a picture of Selma now and make it a black and white picture. You would think you were still back in the 50s and 60s. The only thing that's changed is immigration. They're still dealing with issues of economics. And when you have communities that are still dealing with some of the highest numbers of negatives in almost every category, they're going to go to the polls when you say you can't. They're going to say, yes, we can. And I'm not saying that about Barack Obama. I'm saying the spirit of dis-ease is not going to allow the past to creep back into the president in the future. So Selma felt the sting of the past, and they said, not again, never again. And they came out in numbers, and it was historic, and it still makes, as a black woman, not as a reporter now, but as a black woman, I still get chills thinking about what happened last night with Selma leading the way.
Angela, how are you feeling?
I just am overwhelmed. Today's been a good day. We talked about my first Christmas gift in the prior segment, and this one is also a gift. I'm just very, very grateful.
What was your first Christmas gift?
We're not going to go back there. We're flying high now. When they go low, we go high, April. We're in a high moment.
All right, Angela Rye.
But no, I think the important thing here, Brooke, and it's been really tough because April just talked about it. You know, as a black woman, you feel one thing. Yes, I'm a progressive voter. Yes, I vote Democratic. But I've been really frustrated with the party all year. I think, you know, you keep saying the same thing over and over again since I worked at the Congressional Black Caucus, watching my members fight them on resources, telling them that black and brown people can win, not just in congressional districts, but statewide. What happens when you really fund our candidates? I watched somebody as powerful as Stephen Horsford lose his seat because the DCCC, that's the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, wouldn't fund his race when there was resources poured in by the Republican candidate at the last minute. How many times do we have to tell you we are a loyal voting bloc when you support us? How many times do we have to tell you that we can do polling and focus groups and ad buys and everything else as well as anybody else? How many times do we have to tell you that we're going to show up even when you don't come to us until the Sunday before and have your candidate visit us at church fanning with their MLK or their Barack Obama fan? Like, come on, y'all, we're telling you what works because we're those people. people. We've been there. We know what it means to show up and show out. And we don't just do it when the president looks like us. We do it when you give us someone who we can believe in and who we can vote for. That's all this is about. That's all
I was reading this quote. I was reading this quote in the Washington Post. Quote, "Black women have been the most loyal supporters of the Democratic Party through thick and thin." This is an advisor to the Black Women's Roundtable. This is during the September Congressional Black Caucus Conference. She said the party has focused more on wooing back white male voters, and this is a point you all were making a second ago, wooing back white male voters who have not supported the Democratic Party for 50 years, rather than, quote, watering the garden in your own backyard. We're gonna end it there, ladies. A pleasure. Thank you all.
This was fun.
This was kind of fun.
I
We'll
love
do it again. We continue on, though. We got to talk about the president here, where we're moments away of his speaking. I'm Brooke Baldwin, Hour 2. Thank you for being with me. We are following breaking news, though, on Capitol Hill. Republican lawmakers in both the House and the Senate striking a tentative deal on their historic tax overhaul plan. We are also waiting to hear from the president himself, speaking about this plan there from the White House, live pictures. We'll take that as soon as he steps behind that podium. But just to place a moment for you from earlier, this is what the president had to say about the tax deal earlier.
It's a massive tax cut for the middle class, and it's about jobs. And the jobs are really defined by the companies. The companies are going to be expanding, and they're going to be creating jobs. And we have very, very talented representatives right here, and I think I can say, Orrin, that we're very close, right? We're very, very close.
We'll get it done.
And I want to thank Senator Orrin Hatch. He's been incredible, and Kevin Brady, incredible. You guys have been just really, really amazing. Although I should say that until we sign. Let's have that. You know, we've been there too many times. Let's get the vote first, right?
Let's go. We have Jeff Zeleny live at the White House and Phil Mattingly live on Capitol Hill. First, just to you as we wait for the president, as he's going to talk about this deal. What's in the deal?
Yeah, so there's a couple things we know. Obviously, the president's about to speak. Right now, Brooke, the House and Senate conferees, Republican and Democrat, are having their first public meeting, which doesn't matter because the deal has already been set and Republicans are moving forward on this process right now. Where they really start right now on the top line, the corporate rate. Obviously, they've been talking about striking that from 35% down to 20%. That will now be set at 21%. A primary reason, 1 percentage point equals about $100 billion in revenue. That will help them pay for a lot of the changes they need to make to reconcile these bills. The top rate, if you remember, Brooke, the House left that at 39.6%, Senate was at 38.5%. That will drop to 37%. I'm told this was a specific ask by the president, wanted that top rate to come down, despite Democratic attacks that this plan was skewed too much toward the wealthy already. You want to talk about the mortgage interest deduction. Obviously, the House capped that at $500,000. The Senate left it as is at $1 million. They're going to meet in the middle on that, about $750,000 for the mortgage interest deduction. And also for those who have been paying attention to health care, obviously this became a very big issue in the Senate debate. The Obamacare individual mandate repeal will stand. That will end up in the final bill. If the bill is signed into law, that will go away based on the negotiations that they have. Brooke, as we've been talking about, they're still trying to finalize a lot of the details here. This is the deal. Those are the top lines. They need to sell it to the members of their conference right now. That's happening as we speak. The big question is, how fast can they move? Well, they've been moving at a pretty quick clip over the course of the last couple of weeks. No question about it.
You said the deadline is coming up. As for you, Jeff Zeleny, we heard the president earlier again saying, I would have liked to have had that seat, right? They would have liked to have had that seat go to a Republican in Alabama, especially in the wake of that. He wants a win.
Brooke, he does want to win, and not simply because of the Alabama Senate race, but certainly the urgency is certainly increased because of that.
Here he
but
is,
simply,
Jeff.
we see the president walking in there to the East Room, to the grand foyer there, to talk about taxes.
Let's listen.
We're joined today by college students, young entrepreneurs, families, workers, mothers, and fathers from all over our nation. You make this country run. It's an honor to be with you, and it's an honor to have you at the White House, and thank you all for being here. Really fantastic. Thank you. Great people. As a candidate, I promised we would pass a massive tax cut for the everyday working American families who are the backbone and the heartbeat of our country. Now we're just days away, I hope, you know what that means, right? from keeping that promise and delivering a truly amazing victory for American families. We want to give you, the American people, a giant tax cut for Christmas. And when I say giant, I mean giant. As we speak, Congress has reached an agreement on tax legislation that will deliver more jobs, higher wages, and massive tax relief for American families and for American companies. The typical family of four earning $75,000 will see an income tax cut of more than $2,000, slashing their tax bill in half. It's going to be a lot of money. You're going to have an extra $2,000, but there are many more things than that. Our plan expands the child tax credit for working families. You'll hear the numbers very soon, but they're even larger than anticipated. It nearly doubles the amount of income taxed at the rate of 0. I don't know if any of you are paying 0. I hope you're not. I hope you're paying above that. But a lot of people who are having it a little bit tough are going to be paying 0. It closes special interest loopholes. It lowers tax rates for families. And our plan also cuts taxes on businesses, which is expected to raise income by an average of more than $4,000. So your income goes up. It's like having a $4,000 increase, which isn't bad. It's a lot of money to spend. A lot of jobs are going to be created with the money that you spend. Very special. And it makes America competitive again so we can bring back that simple but beautiful phrase. You've heard it before, made in the USA, right? I don't know if they've heard it, but you've heard it. Our current tax code is burdensome, complex, and profoundly unfair. It has exported our jobs, closed our factories, and left millions of parents worried that their children might be the first generation to have less opportunity than the last. Our factories have left, so many of them, gone, but they're all coming back. And you see it even before we do this. They're starting to come back. Our country's starting to do really well again. And as a country, we're being respected again. We're being respected again. I'm here today to tell you that we will never let bad things happen with respect to the economy of our country. We're not going to lose our businesses again like has happened over the last number of decades. America is coming back bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Okay? They'll see it, and they're going to see the result. America isn't content just by getting by. America is about getting ahead, about finding the best in ourselves and in each other. We're reclaiming our destiny as Americans, a nation that thinks big, dreams bigger, and always reaches for the stars. We didn't become great through massive taxation and Washington regulation. And by the way, we are cutting regulation at a rate never seen before in the history of our country. We became great because our people, our families, and because of our freedom. We became great because of our drive to find the next horizon, to unlock the next mystery, and to begin the next adventure. You know what I'm talking about. And that's who we are, a nation of strivers and builders and dreamers and doers, people who treasure their independence and don't know how to quit. Never quit. Never, ever give up. Never, ever. I say that also to our great cabinet. And they've done a great job. A lot of things have happened. Nobody's done the job that we've done. When government loosens its grip, there is no summit we cannot reach. Our tax cuts will break down, and they'll break it down fast, all forms of government and all forms of government barriers, and breathe new life into the American economy. They will unleash the American worker, They will tear down the restraints on discovery, innovation, and creation, and they will restore the hopes and dreams of the American family. Millions of middle-class families will win under our plan. And today, we are honored to hear from a few of those wonderful and truly great families. Bryant and Ashley Glick, right? Are from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. I know it well. They have two beautiful children with a third on the way. Bryant manages a farm equipment store. Ashley works in healthcare. This year, they were in the 15% tax bracket. Under our plan, they will drop to the 12% bracket. It's a big drop. Instead of itemizing their deductions, they will be able to file their taxes on a single little beautiful sheet of paper. That's good. That's good. And instead of paying $2,600 in income taxes, they will get it down to $2,000. They'll save at least $600 and probably more than that. Bryant, Ashley, how about saying a few words? You want to? Come on. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here. On behalf of the good people of Lancaster County, my family, and specifically my grandmother, Linda Martin, well done. Many of your predecessors promised that this reform was coming, but you did it. We are greatly excited about this. With the tax savings that we are going to see, we are going to put that money into home renovations. And I'm excited that you were the one that got it over the finish line. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Kovacs family also joins us today from Ohio. That's a great state. A lot of success in Ohio. Adam is a veteran who works in telecommunications. Lindsay works in administration, admissions at a university, and they have two beautiful children. This year, they're currently in the 25% bracket and pay nearly $14,000 in taxes. Our plan gives them their time back because they won't have to itemize, and it gives them nearly 1/3 of their money back, more than $3,500 for 1 year. I'd like to invite the Kovacs to explain what our tax cuts will mean for them. They've studied it very closely. These are very smart, sharp people. They know exactly what we're doing here, and they like it. Come on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is truly an honor that you invited the Kovacs family to the White House today. This is going to be great for our family. We have home renovations that we want to take care of and hopefully save for our two children to go to college. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
The Giampolo family is from Polk County, Iowa. Anthony is a police officer, and Auburn is a 911 emergency dispatcher. When they're not at work protecting and serving their fellow citizens, their hands are full with 4 wonderful children. This year, they were in the 25% bracket. They're itemized deductions, and they've done everything they can. They paid more than $19,000 in taxes. Thank you very much, by the way. That's a lot of money. Well, I like to. Under our plan, they will file on a single page and save $2,700. Anthony, Auburn, maybe you'd like to say a few words. Come on in. Thank you.
Just want to thank President Trump. Education is very important to our family. Under this bill, our family will be able to save a lot of money. We have a lot of people going to school. My wife and I are both in graduate school, finishing up, and we still got 4 other kids to get through college, so it'll help out a lot.
Leon and Maria Benjamin are pastors of New Life Harvest Church, and it's a beautiful church in Richmond, Virginia, and they have 3 wonderful children. Under our plan, they will get a larger tax refund to help them pay their bills. They'll receive a tax refund this year of $3,000. Leon and Maria, I would love you to discuss your middle-class tax cut a little bit with the millions of people watching right now on television. You do very well. We're very proud of you, and it is indeed a beautiful church. I got to see a very, very nice picture. We'll have to get there someday soon. Thank you. Come on in.
To God be the glory. Thank you, President Trump, for inviting us here. On behalf of the Benjamin family and, of course, Richmond, Virginia, we represent a cadre of many families across the nation. African-American families, urban communities, and families all across need this now. And it's time for a change. And it's time that we recognize that our president is making good on his promises. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless you, and we'll continue to keep praying for you and your team as you move forward and forge ahead with this new future in America. God bless you.
He can be my minister anytime. The Howard family lives in Tenino, Washington. Isaac owns an espresso machine service company, and Emily takes care of their 4 beautiful children. They're currently in the 15% bracket and pay $2,500 in taxes. Our plan will totally wipe out their tax bill, and they might even get a refund of substantially more than $700. I'd like to introduce them. Come on up.
I'm going to speak for us today. We are absolutely blessed to be here. So thank you, Mr. President. It's our joy to stand before you guys. And what this means to us as a family is that we will be able to pour out into our community, whatever that looks like, giving away to families that are in need or setting them up for success in any way that whatever God has planned for our family. I think that is our goal, and we are blessed to have such an amazing president, and what a good steward he is of our country. So thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you all. It's critically important for Congress to quickly pass these historic tax cuts, and that's going to take place I think even before the media. I use the word media. Do you notice? As opposed to fake news media, I don't say. Because today is a very important day. We want everybody to be covered very accurately. So I'm excited to announce that if Congress sends me a bill before Christmas, the IRS, this is just out, this is breaking news, has just confirmed that Americans will see lower taxes and bigger paychecks beginning in February, just 2 short months from now. Okay? Just got that. We just got that. 55 years ago this week, President John F. Kennedy, a Democrat, launched a historic effort to pass sweeping top-to-bottom tax cuts. A half a century later, we're reminded that lowering taxes is neither a Republican or Democrat idea, but an American principle and an American idea. The goal of my administration is for every American to know the dignity of work, the pride of a paycheck, and the satisfaction of a job well done. We want people to love waking up in the morning and going to work just with that incredible enthusiasm that we have in this country. And that's what we're going to be doing, and that's what's going to be happening. Today we stand on the verge of a new economic miracle. Our economy has already surged to 3% growth, far ahead of schedule, by the way, far, far ahead, in each of the last 2 quarters. And if we didn't have the hurricanes, we could have hit 4 last quarter. 4. a number that was unthinkable 2 years ago when I started the campaign, and even my first month in office. That was an unthinkable number. And I'll tell you what, it's going to go higher than that. We've created 2.2 million jobs since the election. Unemployment is at a 17-year low. The unemployment rate in the manufacturing business is the lowest in recorded history. Consumer confidence is a 17-point high. Pensions and retirement accounts are soaring as the stock market hits 85 new record highs since the election. How are we doing? Are we doing okay? Not bad, right? And if Congress sends me a tax reform, this is only a small beginning to the incredible things that our people will achieve over a very short period of time, and the tremendous heights that we will reach economically and so many other ways in our country every day as this victory draws closer. I mean, we are so close right now, so close. In fact, almost, I don't want to talk about it. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it. The cynical voices that opposed tax cuts grow smaller and weaker, and the American people grow stronger. I heard one of our opponents stand up the other day and say, this is for the rich. They had no idea. They didn't even see the final bill. I didn't see the final bill. This is for the people of middle income. This is for companies that are going to create jobs. This is for very, very special people, the great people of America. Every day, hardworking Americans know that the future of this nation will never belong to those who say you can't. It will always belong to the American people who will say, we will. It belongs to people like the Glicks, the Kovacs, the Giampolos, the Benjamins, the Howards, and the millions of Americans just like them across our nation who pour out their hearts and souls every single day to take care of their families and the country they love and that we love. We are going to have a country that celebrates you again. Hardworking, great people. You're being celebrated again. Remember that. Because you were a little bit forgotten. We have caught the forgotten people. Somebody else called me and everybody else the deplorables. Have you ever heard that term? Right? We're proud to be the deplorables, and we're doing well. We're going to make our tax system work for you again. We're going to make our economy work for you again. And we are going to make the American dream. And that's the real dream. That will be the dream that you want for your children and your grandchildren once again. But we need your help to get Congress across that finish line. We'll have very little Democrat support, probably none. And that's purely for political reasons. They like it a lot, and they can't say it. They don't like what's happening, but they can't say it. Someday we have to come together and do bipartisan, and hopefully it can happen soon. Right? If you make your voices heard, this moment will be forever remembered as a great new beginning, the dawn of a brilliant American future, shining with patriotism, prosperity, and pride. With your help, we will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our wealth as a country. And for every citizen across this beautiful land, we will bring back our great American dreams. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Gloria Borger, as we stay on these pictures, I just want to begin with you, our chief political analyst here, and we'll get into the substance of the tax deal and the politics of this. But I mean, I think it's important just to note how powerful it was to have, the moments when the president would step away and allow ordinary Americans to speak personally about how this new tax deal would help them.
Right, and this is something that presidents have always done. And I think it's a good idea because what it does is it says to the American public, here are real people with real families, and here's how much they're going to save on a tax bill. It's a very good way to sell it. You're not bringing corporate titans up there to say their corporate taxes are going to be reduced substantially. What you're doing is you're bringing families up there who are telling you what they're going to do with the extra money. And of course, it's very touching when one of those families says, look, you know, we're going to take this money and we're going to give it away to help other people, particularly at this season. So, you know, this is not a new technique, but it's an effective one.
Stephen Moore, how do you do?
I thought I agree with Gloria. I thought that was a powerful moment, bringing up those families. You know, it's been 2 years I've been working with Donald Trump on this, and you know, we are so close to the finish line. It is true that a lot of families are going to save money on their taxes, but look, the bigger picture here is this is about growing the economy, making America more prosperous. As Trump was speaking, I was looking at the bottom of the CNN screen and looking at what's happening at the stock market. It's an amazing story, and the market just keeps going up and up. It really wants this tax cut. Gloria's right. Businesses want this. Their employers, and I think it'll be a powerful stimulus to the bill. One other quick thing, Brooke, is that he mentioned the growth rate of the economy. You know, we are growing at now 3 to 3.5%, and I do think if we get this tax cut passed, we could potentially get 4% growth next year, which we haven't had that in a long, long time.
So here's the but. That being, sorry,
there is a but.
There's a but.
Come on, don't spoil the money.
Rana, you get this. You get this part of the conversation. Listen, Gloria said it. He could have brought corporate titans up there to have some warm and fuzzy story about how they're going to save all kinds of money with the corporate tax rate, you know, down to 21%. So there's that. Also, though, with this new deal between the House and the Senate, they're talking about this, individual top rate going down to 37%. So the rich getting richer, Rana.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'll, just to be contrarian here, I'll agree for a minute with Gloria and Stephen that it was a great moment in PR.
Yeah,
but it doesn't change the fact that this is really about corporate tax breaks. And, I was really struck by the president likening himself once again to JFK and making the point that tax cuts are a bipartisan thing. They've been done by Democrats and Republicans. That's very true. What's also true is that in the last 20 years, each time they've been done, either by a Democratic administration or a Republican one, they have not created Main Street growth. They will not do that this time. And so I have to say, I think this is one of the more cynical political speeches I've ever heard.
Well, and by the way, the American public doesn't like this tax bill. It's got, a 35% approval rating. And the question still remains, and you guys are able to answer this better than I am, which is why do you need a tax cut? If the economy is so booming, why does the economy need to be stimulated?
And Gloria, you've hit the nail on the head. It doesn't. And a lot of people, in fact, I was just talking to a major Wall Streeter today at lunch. A lot of people are very worried this is going to create more of an asset bubble than we already have. We already know Wall Street and Main Street are totally disconnected. Folks are worried that we're going to see a market correction in the coming year. Now, whether it comes before or after the midterms will be very interesting. But this is all about giving corporations just a little more juice, helping them get a little more money to give back to the top shareholders, and hopefully push the president and the Republican Party past the spring midterm elections with this sort of mythology that, hey, what's good for Wall Street is good for Main Street. It's all going to end in tears, believe me.
Well, I hope not.
Stephen.
I mean, look, and so far you got to give Trump credit. I mean, the economy has boomed. The stock market has boomed since he's come in.
Him.
A lot of Rana's friends, used to say, oh, gee, there's no way. And I confronted this so many times, Brooke, on the campaign trail on this station, debating a lot of liberal economists said it's impossible. We can't get 3% growth. It's not conceivable we could do that. Well, we have 3 to 3.5% growth now. And Gloria, the answer to your question about why do this is because we want the economy to grow even faster. And I would make one of the points I made. I was on Capitol Hill all day talking to a lot of Republican lawmakers. I said, look, if you don't pass this tax cut, a lot of this anticipatory effect of this tax cut will go away and we'll see the economy shrink. But in my opinion, look, we could get a lot faster growth, Rana, and there are a lot of areas in this country that haven't seen the growth. Places like, I was in West Virginia last week, and places like Kentucky and Michigan, Ohio, they don't think the economy is growing too fast.
It is the most disingenuous thing in the world to say that boosting stock prices, and by the way, 80% of stocks are owned by the top 20% of the population, that boosting stock prices is the same as creating jobs in Kentucky. Not going to happen. Two things are different.
But you keep making that point. This is really important. There are 55 million Americans, Rana, 55 million Americans who have 401k plans. There are 35 million Americans who have corporate, pension plans. There are another 25 million people who have IRAs. The idea that's not, I mean, since when has the Democratic Party become so anti-business? This is a pro-business tax cut. There's no question about it. But what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being pro-American business?
I'm a business columnist. A lot of business people I talk to are very worried that we are approaching this the wrong way. They say, look, corporations don't need any money. They have $2 trillion worth of cash sitting on their balance sheets. We need a social safety net. We are at the end of a recovery cycle. You're an economist. You know this as well as I do. Recovery cycles tend to last about 10 years. We're at the end of one. We're due for another recession. The president and Republicans are trying to get a little more juice out to carry them over the line past the midterms, at which point, oh, well, but I think real Americans are going to be suffering then with no safety net, higher taxes for a lot of people, and a market that will probably see a correction.
Well, and
we can talk about it in 6 months.
And it's going to take effect. It's going to take effect very quickly, by the way. Yep. So people are going to be stunned. They're going to be surprised, particularly ones who end up paying more in taxes are going to be surprised. So you're going to get the feedback of it pretty quickly.
Well, see, this is actually the point. You raise a really good point, Gloria. I mean, one of the important headlines of Donald Trump's speech is that they're going to change, Brooke, the withholding tables. That means that people are going to start getting this tax cut right away. And when you ask the question, Gloria, why are a lot of Americans against this? I've seen a lot of those same polls because the media and liberals have been saying you're not going to get a tax cut here. And what's going to happen is when people actually see the reality of this and see how much middle class families that make $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 and see how much money they're getting back, I think their attitude is going to be, wait a minute, people are lying to me.
State and local taxes and their home deductions.
But those are only.
But guys, when you have the president, the last time he was really talking on taxes, it was when he was saying, oh, my rich friends, that they're really not going to like me. This isn't good news for them. And when you see this individual tax rate now down to 37% from what was initially floated at 39.6, I mean, that's just. That's wrong. This is good news, and this apparently is part of Phil Mattingly's reporting. At the end of the day, this is specifically what the president wanted. He wanted the number being 37.
And the reason we did that, by the way, is because it turns out that about 2/3 of the people who are paying that 37% in that 37% tax bracket are small business owners. They're the employers of this country. And look, you can't have jobs without employers. We want American businesses, small businesses and corporations to do as well as they can so that there's a better, more prosperous economy with higher paying jobs for Americans. And look, we'll see whether this works. But Rana, it worked for Reagan, it worked with JFK. Why won't it work for Trump?
Stephen, we're gonna relitigate this. It worked for Reagan because many things were different in the economy at that time. You had women coming into the workforce. You had higher productivity levels, lots of room to grow. We have a very different economy today. Listen, I wish that this would work. I wish it was as easy as saying cut taxes and the economy will grow. The past 20 years have shown us a different story. And, I'll be waiting and fingers crossed, but I'm not hopeful.
Flashing of the markets. Markets are obviously reacting positively. Hold on. Speaking of Ronald Reagan, this is something the president said earlier.
It will be bigger than anything ever done in this country, bigger than the Reagan cuts, bigger than any cuts, and it'll also be reform.
Bigger than the Reagan cuts, not bigger than the Reagan cuts. It's actually, Trump says they are, but as a percentage of GDP, it's actually one of the most modest tax cuts in history. So, misleading.
Hold on. You can't have it both ways, though.
Something else that happened under Reagan is that we grew in the second term a huge deficit. That's the other part of this. That's why a lot of Republicans were very slow to get pushed into this deal because they know, and the Congressional Tax Watchdog itself said this is going to create a very large deficit. That's something that Republicans have said, oh, we can't possibly go there. We can't have tax cuts that are going to create a deficit. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, Ron, it must have worked pretty well, Ron, in the 80s because it also worked pretty well because, as I seem to recall, Ronald Reagan slipped by in his re-election, winning 49 states in the biggest landslide election ever. And that was because the economy. That was because the economy was doing so well.
Had to dig us out of.
Well, Bob Corker, Senator Corker, this has been his biggest concern, and he's trying to get something in this bill that would make sure that there's some kind of a safeguard there. But our Manu Raju spoke to him today, and he said, I have all the same concerns that I've always had. So I think we have to stay tuned to see how he votes.
That's true.
And how a couple of other Republicans end up voting.
All right,
I think
Gloria
we
got
have
to
50,
close us out.
Gloria. I think we got 50.
Gloria and Rana and Stephen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
On all things taxes. Also want to draw your attention here to a really helpful tool on CNN.com. You can actually, this is awesome. You can put in your income level and you can see exactly how this tax bill will affect your paycheck. So there you have it, CNN.com. Coming up next, the positive news for the president on taxes, dampened just a smidge by a stunning upset in the Alabama Senate race, what Doug Jones's victory means for the future of both parties, and this really just touching moment between former Vice President Joe Biden and Meghan McCain's daughter, or rather John McCain's daughter, Meghan, what he had to share about her father's cancer diagnosis that got them both quite emotional. We're back. You're watching CNN. I'm Brooke Baldwin. As President Trump is on the brink of this big win on taxes, is what he was just talking about at the White House, he's also licking some wounds after that stinging loss in Alabama. For the first time in 25 years, the state is sending a Democrat to the United States Senate. Doug Jones beat Republican Roy Moore, the accused sexual molester and attacker endorsed by the president. Roy Moore has yet to actually concede to Doug Jones, but the president is admitting defeat, congratulating Jones on Twitter. Later, the president acknowledged Moore's loss was a good thing to some members of the Republican Party.
A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I will say we have to get more senators and more congressmen that are Republicans elected in 2018. And then you'll see a lot more of what we're doing right now.
Let me bring in CNN political commentator Mary Catherine Ham. She is senior writer at The Federalist. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
1 year in just about to this Trump presidency, and you have, the elections we talked about in Virginia. You have what happened in Alabama. Obviously, mega sigh of relief for a lot of Republicans who just didn't want to deal with the whole Roy Moore situation.
Yeah, that story would have been just beginning.
What does the loss mean for Trump?
Well, so I'm not sure how much it means for Trump. Like, emotionally, I don't think he's real tied to the GOP, so their fortunes are not that important to him. Look, it's a hit for him because he did go all in for him at the end of this. I was kind of surprised he didn't take the "I told you so" on Luther
He
Strange
kind
from
of
the
did
beginning, but
I was right
Yes.
originally. This wasn't my guy.
But look, does it change 2018 for him? Yes. Look, Alabama, huge win for Democrats. You cannot understate it. Roy Moore was a historically bad candidate. Democrats also did some good work on the ground and have enthusiasm. If you look at the black turnout, looking at like 2012 levels. But the interesting part is this 23,000 write-ins, who are probably people who would have voted Republican had there been a traditional Republican on the ballot, and they take a pass. And many of those people are moms. Many of those people are married women.
That's what you're talking about the new swing vote?
Right. If the GOP starts losing those women in exurbs and suburbs, often college educated, we saw that in Virginia, and now we see it in deep red Alabama because there was a uniquely bad candidate. But if that's the tendency to pick a Roy Moore-like Trumpy candidate in the future, then you will lose more of those races. And I do think Republicans are looking at 2018 like a freight train coming at them, and that changes how they respond to legislative challenges, which they've not been great at already.
And the engineer on said freight train being Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon, who, helped the president win. That was the Steve Bannon way. And then, as they thought, it would have been the Steve Bannon way in Alabama. This is what a Republican said this morning about Steve Bannon.
This guy does not belong on the national stage. He looks like some disheveled drunk that wandered onto the political stage. He does not represent anything that I stand for. I consider myself a conservative Republican. I consider myself an Irish Catholic. And he sort of parades himself out there with his weird alt-right views that he has. And to me, it's demeaning the whole governmental and political process.
Do you think he's officially overrated? Cachet?
Look, I mean, the question is, like, there was a feature, not a bug for him that this guy, Roy Moore, was going to bother the GOP when he got to town. And for many voters, that was a plus. So unless you deal with that part of the base, which votes very enthusiastically in primaries and wants someone that's going to make life hell for the establishment GOP in Washington, you're going to get these unorthodox candidates who are going to have things in their past that pop up. So I think that's the question. Like, I think he still retains some power for that reason. The question is whether some of those primary voters who have that tendency realize, look, only Trump can do this. You've already got the great grenade at the top of the heap here. Maybe not keep throwing them into these Senate seats because it's not working.
The Senate now, with a +1 being blue, could potentially be in play. What would that look like? How could that change things? How could that be difficult for the Republican legislative agenda and especially for the president?
Well, I think it could be interesting, partly because I don't think that Trump is that tied again to the GOP.
He sort of refers to them as the they or the
right,
it,
and he has
the we.
He's ideologically flexible, shall we say. So if he ended up in a situation where he loses a lot of Republican support, he doesn't love the Mitch McConnells and the Paul Ryans of the world anyway. He has gotten along with one Chuck Schumer in the past. He has donated to one Kirsten Gillibrand in the past, as we learned. It gets into some very strange political territory. But for now, I think that the fact that we're talking about the fact that they could lose the Senate, if that's even in the universe of possibilities, is very bad news for the House and very bad news for how they look at 2018. It just is.
Mary Catherine Ham, good to see you. Sure. Thank you very much. Next here, Meghan McCain. I don't know, have you seen this yet? The Meghan McCain, Joe Biden moment. Tears up during this interview with the former vice president on The View. What he shared with her about his role in helping her family deal with Senator McCain's cancer diagnosis. The former Vice President Joe Biden shared quite an emotional moment on The View with co-host Meghan McCain, one that really went beyond politics. The Vice President was there to talk about his book on the tragic loss of his son, Beau, who passed away from an aggressive brain tumor back in 2015. Meghan's father, Senator John McCain, was diagnosed with the same cancer in July, but continues to serve in the U.S. Senate. Mr. Biden called her father one of his best friends.
Needs absolutely no introduction. Joe Biden himself is here. All right, this is the hard part. Bear with me, okay? I couldn't get through your book. I tried. Your son, Beau, had the same cancer that my father was diagnosed with 6 months ago. And I'm sorry.
But there's a lot of hope, babe.
I think about Beau almost every day. And I was told, I'm sorry, that this doesn't get easier, but that you cultivate the tools to work with this and live with this. I know you and your family have been through tragedy that I couldn't conceive of.
Well, look,
what would you tell people? It's not about me, it's about everyone with cancer.
No, it is about everyone. But look, one of the things that gave Beau courage, my word, was John. Your dad, you may remember when you were a little kid, your dad took care of my Beau. Your dad, when he was a mill aide, worked with me, became friends with Beau. And Beau talked about your dad's courage, not about illness, but about his courage. And look, there's a lot of things happening. Any of you have somebody who is diagnosed with glioblastoma, which is about as bad as it gets. There's breakthroughs that are occurring now. There's 4 things that are going on, and it can happen tomorrow. Like, for example, at the University of Pennsylvania, where I teach now, there is at the Abramson Center. What they found out is a thing called a CAR T cell. What they do is they take the cells, your T cells, their immune system cells, out of your body, and they reinforce it with an antigen, and that goes in and that finds the cancer cell, because the cancer cells can hide from your immune system. And they had a breakthrough with a new drug dealing with child leukemia, and it's working. There's other things called, they have what they did with Beau. It's starting to happen now. They're using this CAR T cell, and they're using they inject a virus, and it generates into the cancer.
So there's hope.
And so there is hope. And if anybody can make it, your dad, her dad is one of my best friends. Her dad goes after me, hammer and tong. We're like 2 brothers who were somehow raised by different fathers or something because of our points of view. But I know, and I mean this sincerely, and I've said it all, even when your dad got mad at me, so I should get the hell off the ticket. And remember what I said about your dad? I said, I know, and I mean this sincerely, I know if I picked up the phone tonight and called John McCain and said, John, I'm at 2nd and Vine in Oshkosh, and I need your help, come. He'd get on a plane and come. And I would for him, too. And this is the guy. But look, the thing that I found was, and Bo insisted on, your dad's going to insist on, is you've got to maintain hope. There's hope. Hope is, you have to have hope.
Senator John McCain tweeted a clip of that interview with the message, "Thank you, Joe Biden and the entire Biden family for serving as an example and source of strength for my own family." Of course, we wish him so well. Minutes from now, Doug Jones will speak to reporters after his mega win in Alabama. We will take you to Birmingham live. Can't wait for Sunday. Meantime, the second highest ranking official at the Justice Department, Rod Rosenstein, says he has zero cause to fire special counsel Robert Mueller in the Russia investigation. The calls for Mueller's replacement stem from the release of these anti-Trump text messages that went back and forth between these top FBI employees during the campaign. One agent calling Mr. Trump a, quote, idiot, another calling him a loathsome human. Mueller removed these two FBI employees from his team in July when he discovered these text messages. And here is how Rod Rosenstein defended the DOJ and the FBI today in front of Congress.
My question to you is, how with a straight face can you say that this group of Democrat partisans are unbiased and will give President Trump a fair shake?
Congressman, I think it's important to recognize that when we talk about political affiliation, that all demonstrates political affiliation. The issue of bias is something different. I've discussed this with Director Mueller, and he and I collectively have a lot of experience managing offices in the Department of Justice. We recognize we have employees with political opinions, and it's our responsibility to make sure those opinions do not influence their actions.
President Trump's legal team has not gone so far as to call for Mueller's firing, but has called for the appointment of a second special counsel. I'm Brooke Baldwin. Thanks for being with me. The Lead with Jake Tapper starts right now.
Good afternoon and welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. We're going to begin with some breaking news in the politics lead today. Any moment we expect to hear from Democratic Senator-elect Doug Jones, elected to represent Alabama in the U.S. Senate last night in a stunning and historic election, sending shockwaves from Alabama all the way to Washington, D.C. We're going to bring Doug Jones to you live as soon as he steps up to that podium and begins speaking. But first, we should note that after deep ruby red Alabama chose its first Democratic senator in 25 years, those shockwaves are rocking the White House today. President Donald Trump, who backed the Republican candidate, the one who had been credibly accused of molesting a 14-year-old girl and sexually assaulting a 16-year-old girl, among other allegations. The president now has 3 perceived losses to show for his involvement in this Alabama race. There's the primary loss, where he backed Luther Strange, who lost to Roy Moore. The election loss last night, where he full-throatedly backed Moore against the advice of senior Republicans and his own aides. The president tried to explain this 0-2 Alabama scoreboard in a tweet today, writing, quote, "The reason I originally endorsed Luther Strange," and his numbers went up mightily, "is that I said Roy Moore will not be able to win the general election. I was right. Roy worked hard, but the deck was stacked against him," unquote. But beyond the primary loss and the general election loss the president suffered, there's also a third possible loss worth contemplating. It's one that could haunt the president if voters choose to see his decision to go all in for Moore as emblematic of a loss of standards and possibly even a loss of basic human decency. The president chose party tribalism by backing Moore when no other senior Republican leader was doing so. This was a candidate about whom his own daughter Ivanka said there's a special place in hell for those who prey on children. By the time Democrats are done with this decision by President Trump, voters might think that Roy Moore is Donald Trump's running mate. Now, of course, we're going to see what the fallout is. My panel is here to discuss all of this, but let's begin with CNN's Jeff Zeleny. He's at the White House. And Jeff, President Trump trying to pivot today to tax reform. He wrapped up a speech just minutes ago. You have to ask, though, how does this loss in Alabama, a huge one, impact the Trump agenda going forward and any possible other implications that there might be in terms of staff shakeups or more.
Well, Jake, the margins were already very narrow with the 52-48 Senate Republican majority. Now that changes to 51-49. That means any piece of new legislation this White House tries to get through, they need to thread the needle very carefully, or perhaps start working in a bipartisan way on bills like infrastructure and other matters. It's hard to imagine that happening at this point, but it's interesting to know if the White House will be reaching out to Doug Jones. Of course, he will be one of the most conservative Democrats now in the Senate, at least for the next 3 years or so. But in the short term, it probably means any big ticket items are not going to happen on the table. That's why they are moving so quickly on tax reform. But earlier today, the president had this to say about that Republican race in Alabama.
A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I want to endorse the people that are running. But I will tell you that to me, it's very, very important to get this vote. Not because of that.
So it was important to get the vote. Of course, in this tax bill that they're talking about, the Alabama Senate seat was never in question. Whoever was going to win was always likely to be seated after the holidays here. So the president went after the Republican here, following the lead of Steve Bannon, against the advice of so many Republicans here at the White House, indeed on Capitol Hill and elsewhere. So that is what they're left with here now going into the 28 midterm elections.
And Jeff, inside the West Wing, is this any sort of wake-up call in terms of who the president takes political advice from?
It certainly should be a wake-up call, and that was the exact phrasing that a top Republican here said, that it should be a wake-up call in terms of how the president deals with Steve Bannon. Will the president still follow his lead? Because indeed, the former White House chief strategist, Steve Bannon, was urging the president to go all in on Roy Moore. He could have stayed on the sidelines like the vice president did. He did not talk about that race at all. But it's an open question still if they're going to rebuild the political operation here at the White House or defer more to establishment Republicans. But Jake, I think at the very least, Steve Bannon is wounded by this, and the president sees that. It all depends, though, if they still keep having those conversations and who gets to the president, who has his ear more.
All right, Jeff Zeleny at the White House for us. Thank you so much. My panel joins me now. Kristen, let me start with you. How long do you think the stink of being attached to Roy Moore, of endorsing Roy Moore, how long can that last with President Trump? Is this something that voters who were turned off by Moore, but they might forget about or be willing to accept the president's explanation eventually?
There's always a tendency to think that the story that's big in the news today will be the story that's big in the news for the next year, 2 years, 3 years. I think there's a chance that the Roy Moore saga fades as other issues come to the forefront. But I think the lasting impact is that voters who call themselves Republicans, may have called themselves Republicans, but who find themselves extremely dismayed with the moral compromise that came with saying, yes, Roy Moore, he represents us. I don't think that will fade. I think especially for younger voters in the party, the idea that their elders and these supposed leaders were willing to make this sort of a compromise in exchange for one Senate seat is just too far. It's not what they want to be about. And I think that's what will have the long-term effect.
JD, what do you think? How important is this loss for the president in terms of his association with Roy Moore going forward?
Well, one of the things I think the loss shows is that Republican voters are especially unenthusiastic right now. If you look at the exit polls, about half of the Alabama electorate supported the president, half the Alabama electorate disapproved of the president's job. Those are pretty striking numbers in a deep, deep red state.
Alabama, yeah.
Absolutely. And so the takeaway isn't necessarily that half of Alabamans disapprove of the president's job. It's that those who do approve of the president's job are not especially enthusiastic about it. They're not actually getting out there and voting. And so while I think there's a tendency to overinterpret a single election, there always is when you have these special elections, the big takeaway is that Republicans seem to be unenthusiastic, and that could be pretty bad in 2018.
Simone, what do you think? How did Roy Moore lose this? How did it happen the way it did?
Well, he was a bad candidate to begin with, but Doug Jones won this race because of the surge of African-American voters that came out, but also a multicultural coalition. You had moderate Republicans who either wrote in a candidate or maybe even pulled the lever for Doug Jones. You had a coalition of young people, but this coalition was absolutely led by black women. I definitely think Republicans would love for the stench of Roy Moore to fade away into the background and roses to come back, but they're not coming back. Because when the Republican Party had a choice, the RNC and the Republican president wrapped their arms around an alleged pedophile, someone who names himself as a segregationist, and that is not going away. And we're going to make sure Democrats that the voters know that in 2018.
Well, and that's what's interesting about this is that so few Republicans in Washington, other than President Trump and the RNC, including members of his own family, took this course of action. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, opposed. Paul Ryan opposed. Cory Gardner, head of the Republican Senate Committee, opposed. I could go on and on. We only have an hour show. But it really is remarkable. This was the insurgent. This was Trump and his team, Steve Bannon, and no one else, none of the Republican establishment.
Yeah, and Richard Shelby, I'd add to that list, right?
Yeah.
He really gave a kick to Roy Moore the Sunday before the election. But it's absolutely right. If you look at the folks at the leadership of the Republican Party, they by and large try to distance themselves from Roy Moore. And even going into the election, they were saying that perhaps the worst outcome of all is that he could win, because then he becomes effectively a specter that the Democratic Party tries to hang over Republicans for the next few years. And so at the end of the day, Roy Moore definitely has done damage to the Republican Party, but I think there's a good argument to make that it would have been worse if he had won, because he would have continued to be a part of the national conversation. You can hope that at least now he'll go away.
Do you agree?
I think take a look at what Senator Cory Gardner did. So he's head of the NRSC.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. We'll come back to you. The senator-elect is speaking, Doug Jones. Let's listen in.
We'll be here for a few minutes. I know there's a lot of questions and all, and I will try to do what I can. So let's when we do it, let's see if we can get a little bit of an orderly process, and I will try to, because I really want to get to as much as we can. Let me just start out by saying how thrilled that my family and I are for this win last night. It has been a fun campaign, despite what people say, and despite all of the things that get thrown at you. It was nothing that we didn't fully expect. Most important thing, we've had an opportunity to travel around this state, talking to so many people from so many walks of life, listening to their cares, their concerns, their joys, their happiness, and that's been so gratifying. And it is especially gratifying to know that in this day and age, here in the state of Alabama, that a message of inclusiveness, a message of equality, a message of dignity and respect, and importantly, messages of issues that really are, at the end of the day, those issues that people care about, the kitchen table issues that we've talked about, that you guys have heard me preach about over and over. It has been an amazing night for us. It has been an amazing day today. I have received calls from so many well-wishers of friends and family, but also future colleagues in Washington on both sides of the aisle. I have received calls from Democratic senators. I've received calls from my longtime friend, Senator Shelby, Leader McConnell, Leader Schumer, and calls from the President of the United States, President Trump, all very gracious, congratulating us on the way we have run this race, the way we portrayed ourselves and the campaign, and all expressing a desire to look forward together to try to work for the betterment of the state of Alabama and this country, to do as we have said from the very beginning of this campaign, to try to find common ground so that we can move forward. And so I very much appreciate all of those senators and the President for reaching out to me today. It's very heartwarming and gratifying, and now the process begins of trying to get a transition. And by the way, one of the calls I received last night, I should have said this a moment ago, one of the first calls I received last night was from an old friend, Senator Luther Strange. He left a message. I returned that call, as I knew he would be, very gracious as well. Congratulating me, telling me how proud he was of the campaign that we ran, and working together to try to start a transition for us to move into that office, to build our staff, and to start working, to continuing the work for the people of the state of Alabama. So with that, I'm going to try to field a few questions here and try to figure out the best way to do it. I see my old friend there in the blue tie with his little hand raised, so I'll go to you first. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have you
I have not. I'm going to leave that to him. I think that as most people, including the president, believe that the people of Alabama spoke. And after elections, it's a time for healing. It's a time for reaching out. That's what I intend to do as once I can be sworn in. I've told people that I'm going to try to be accessible, to do town halls, to try to reach out. I know that this was a close vote. And that this state, if you just look at the numbers, one would consider it to still be divided. I don't believe that that is going to be the case. And so I'm going to reach out. So I'm going to let him make that decision. Let's just kind of move this way a little bit. Yes, in the back.
Do you see this result as a reflection of local or national issues?
I think this is Alabama issues. Now, to some extent, and we've talked about this, I think Alabama issues are the same as around the country in terms of jobs and education, particularly health care. I think the CHIPS program that I mentioned last night is an issue that crosses political lines, and it crosses from one state to the other. But at the end of the day, this has been an Alabama race. This is a race that we have focused on in the state of Alabama, and we have talked straight to the people of the state of Alabama about my record and about the issues that they care about. And that's how we've seen it, and that's how I will continue to see it, because my job is really to represent the folks in the states.
And do you think, therefore, that it should give Democrats confidence more broadly?
I think that this election shows that people across this country, want to see people work together. I think that's a message for Democrats, and it's a message for Republicans and independents. I think that when the people of Alabama elect a senator who runs on a platform of trying to find common ground and reaching across aisles, I think that's a message that both political parties should take heed. Again, that's why I said last night, recognize that, have my colleagues recognize that, and fund that CHIPS program. Take time out from whatever they're doing right now, fund that program. So I think it's a message that a lot of people can take a lot out of. Yes, sir.
Senator-elect, you may have seen that Democratic leader Schumer is urging McConnell to hold a vote on tax reform until after you're seated. Do you agree with him on that?
Well, look, I think there's a process that has to take place here within the state of Alabama for certification. I think historically, if you look back at what happened when Senator Brown won in Massachusetts, I think Senator Reid held the Affordable Care Act vote, if I remember correctly. But there's a combination of things. There's a lot of moving pieces that involve the certification of this election, the recesses of the Senate and how they're going to go as we're approaching the holidays. So I think we'll let that play out a little bit and see. I think that both Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer are going to end up doing the right thing. I spoke to both of them today. They want to work with me and my transition team on committee assignments and those kind of things. So we'll see how it goes, and I'll go with it either way. I want to get involved as soon as I can, obviously. Yes, sir.
The state will not automatically change overnight from a very conservative state to a Democratic just because you won a victory last night. Will your decisions in Washington reflect the ideology of your state?
I think they will. That's why I ran. I think that's why I won, because I think I'm a lot more center of the road political figure, public figure. I think people are looking for somebody that can find that common ground, somebody that'll listen to them. I think people forget oftentimes that, citizens are not always looking for someone who agrees with them all of the time. They want somebody to just listen to them and talk to them and learn from them. And I think we demonstrated that we would do that during the campaign. I think my history has been that I'm going to do that as a United States Senator. And I think that's the most important part of this. So I'm going to be that voice for the people of Alabama to try to do what I believe is right for them, and we'll just see how that plays out in the politics of things. But I think more importantly, people have been looking for someone that they can talk to, someone that they feel like can best represent them and their interest. And if you can't always find that common ground, you can maybe just move on and agree to disagree. But don't be disagreeable, and let's find common ground on the next one. Yes, sir?
What did the president say to you in the call that you had? Did he address any of the criticisms that he had voiced about you in the campaign?
No, it was a very gracious call. I very much appreciated it. He congratulated me on the race that we won. He congratulated me and my staff on the way that and the manner in which we handled this campaign and went forward. And we talked about finding that common ground to work together. And he invited me over to the White House to visit as soon as I get up there. So it's a very nice phone call, very pleasant phone call, and I appreciated him very much reaching out to me. Let's go on this side. Anybody over here? Okay. Speak up. Y'all got to speak up now. I didn't mean to throw too much cold water on all you guys.
What would you say to moderate Alabama voters that may have voted for you but don't necessarily agree with you on your position on some of the issues?
Well, I say exactly what I said just a moment ago. You're not going to agree with me. I mean, even as some that in the Democratic Party that voted for me and have been very enthusiastic about this campaign is not going to agree with me on every issue. I think the key is trying to find that common ground. I know that I'm just sounding like that broken record to talk about that, but I just think it is so important that we try to sit down at a table and talk about issues and talk about the things that matter in a big picture. And then we can find and hone down on what it will take to get that agenda accomplished. And so for those folks and even those that may be even more conservative than that, let's just talk. I believed, and I've said it over and over, that the people of this state have more in common than they have to divide us. I want to try to find those issues more and more that we can find common ground on, and let's just agree to disagree on those issues that are so divisive that it's hard to even talk to people about. Yes, ma'am?
In recent years, for the state Democratic Party, they had difficulty building candidates and providing infrastructure for those candidates. Was that a hurdle that you had to overcome, and how important was national Democratic support for your campaign?
Well, I mean, obviously there has been some concern locally. We knew that going into this race, and we built this campaign from the ground up. Our state party provided whatever support they could, but we knew that we had to reach out to our own Democratic leaders in the counties and the cities, and we had to find others, independents, folks that had not been engaged in the political process as much to try to build that. So I think we built that up. I think it's going to be a lot better going forward for folks. The National Democratic Party was very helpful to us. They provided the support that we needed. That they were always there to give us advice. We wanted to make sure that this race remained local. We wanted to make sure, and we didn't just push them away. We didn't do any of that. But we wanted to make sure we were fortunate enough that we raised enough money that we could keep this race local. But I can't say enough for what they did in terms of the support, the help, the advice. This was not their first rodeo in an election, but they also knew that they needed to be careful because we had a message, and they didn't want to interfere. And I think that's the thing that I will compliment DNC Chair Tom Perez the most about, is that he knew that we had a message, that it was a message that was consistent with the party, but it was also a message that he felt like, and we felt like, would be consistent with the folks in the state of Alabama, and that's what it was. And so we stayed true to that message through the primary and into the general election. And I think that's the one thing that I've told my staff and my campaign officials that I am the most proudest of. We didn't have to alter. We didn't move. We were true to ourselves, and I think that was a very important piece of winning this election. People in Alabama do not like to see folks that flip-flop and do things. They want to see somebody who stays true to it themselves, because that's somebody they know that they can talk to, reason with, and discuss with. Yes, sir, way in the back. Yes, you.
So one big factor in your win was the minority vote, which, on the national stage, a lot of people have sort of criticized your campaign's outreach to them. What do you think brought the minority vote out for you?
Well, let me say, first of all, I didn't read all you folks in the national media with that criticism because I knew you were wrong. I mean, just flat out, I knew you were wrong. I knew what we were doing. I knew that we had boots on the ground. I mean, this campaign, the volunteers that we had in this campaign was extraordinary. They were not like any other campaign that the state has ever seen. We knocked on 300,000 doors. We rang 1.2 million phones. across this state. We knew what we were doing. We knew the importance of minority votes, and we reached out. So, and I think they responded. But I also believe this. I think we had a lot of support from the leadership in the African American community. Those leaders knew me. I've been around for a while. I mean, look, I may look young and pretty, but I'm really not. I've been around for a long time, and those leaders knew me, and they knew my background, and they knew that they would have a partner in the United States Senate, and they felt like they haven't had one in a while, except for Congresswoman Terry Sewell, who was also instrumental in making sure that turned out. So I had a lot of support from those folks who spent a lot of time and a lot of effort trying to get folks out to vote. And you know, and everything that's happened in this state, in this country, people, I think, across the country are now realizing, you know, look, elections have serious consequences. And when you realize that, you tend to turn out the vote. So, yes, sir?
Would you talk a little bit more about the infrastructure in the Democratic Party here in the state? The future of it, what you do about that?
Well, I don't know what the future is going to hold. We'll just see. I mean, we're going to have obviously some discussions. You know, I think some of that will take care of itself in the coming months, because we've got statewide elections that will come up next year. They'll be qualifying for that. The one thing that I think is going to happen for sure is that this campaign has given a lot of people a reason to believe. They have a reason to hope. That they know that you know, even though things might be a long shot, it's possible. And they'll know, too, that you can create a lot of momentum. You can create things in a positive way if you run the right campaign, even if that campaign might not have succeeded. And there was a time last night that I was convinced we wouldn't. But I was prepared to talk about the fact, you know, that this was not the end. It was the beginning, as Coach Saban once said famously. And so I think that going forward, what I'm hoping you will see in both parties is competitive races. This state is going to be progressed as far as we can, because beginning today, beginning with this election, I believe we're on the road to having a competitive two-party state without one-party domination. And I think that helps every state if you look around this country. And that's what I want to see. I want to see that with the Democrats. I want to see that with the Republicans. It doesn't help anybody to see one. It doesn't help a state. It doesn't help a country to see one major political party at civil war with itself. So I think this election can send a message to a lot of folks to reach out and do some things to try to help. So I'm looking forward to that in 2018 for our general elections on both sides of that aisle. Yes, sir?
Sky News in Britain. Did you win it, or did Roy Moore lose it?
I think it's a combination. You know, look, in every election, there is a segment of the voters who vote for you. And I think from what I saw on some of the exit pollings last night, there was an overwhelming number of people who felt very positive. And the number one reason for the vote for me was how they felt about our campaign and the issues that we ran on. But look, there is also that segment of this population who voted against Roy Moore. I understand that. I get that. But you know what? That's not a bad thing. With that kind of politics for a segment of the population in Alabama to help reject that kind of history and that divisive rhetoric, I think that's a good thing. Yes, sir?
Another group who may have helped your victory, those women who came forward.
Mm-hmm.
What would you have to say to those women?
Well, I've said before, it's not just those women. There's a lot of women around this country that are coming forward. I think we have reached that tipping point in this country in which women need to stand up and speak out. I think we have to be very careful in all of those and how we approach those issues. I said at the very beginning when the issues involving Roy Moore surfaced that we need to let the dust settle a little bit and not take sides immediately. But certainly I think that was, I commend them for coming forward. I have said before, I believe them. I think they have all the credibility in the world. And I think that as going forward, this country has a debt that we owe to women everywhere who has had to endure the kind of treatment at the hands of male counterparts in their workplace or customers or anyone else. And I think that we're hopefully getting to a point for my daughter and my two little granddaughters who stole the show last night at our victory speech, that that is going to change. That is my hope for my children as well as all of the children for the state of Alabama.
Do you believe you would have won without that coming forward?
Well, I don't know if I would have or not. I think that, I said from the very beginning, I think Roy Moore was disqualified from this job to begin with because he had been removed from office twice for violating the rule of law. There were serious questions about his moral foundation of law, which seemed to be nothing more than a way to enrich himself and his family. I think the last month of the election would have played out somewhat differently, obviously, but I think we would have still won. I think we would have probably, I don't know if we'd have ever had a debate. What I really wanted to do, and where the people of Alabama lost out in this race, is actually having a debate. And seeing the issues, the substantive issues on health care and education and jobs. So we had to get out there, and as you guys in the press know, that's what we did. We continued to get out there while he went into hiding. So I think obviously that helped us. I believed all along that we had a path to victory in this race. I believed it this summer, and I certainly believed it as we were going forward because we were getting traction and momentum in our campaign before those allegations surfaced. All right, you've had one. Let's go. Anybody else over here before I go back? Yes, ma'am.
What's the first thing that you hope, what's the first goal you hope to achieve in Washington, and how will you go?
Well, I think I've already achieved something like that. I think when in a special election like this, when a candidate wins a close race in what the eyes of the nation were, and you have both the leader of your own party as well as the opposition party, as well as the President of the United States, who is of a different party, call you to say we are looking forward to it. We're trying to, we want to try to do that work to find that common ground. I think that was the main thing. And I think so this election last night from the people of Alabama accomplished what I wanted to do for me. And that was because I think it's very important, and people across the country are getting that message. On a substantive basis, I said last night, and I hope that the CHIP funding will get done soon. I'd like to be a part of that. If it's not done very soon, I will try to reach out and do something like that immediately. There's a lot of work, I think, to be done in health care and other matters, the budgets. But, we'll take it a day at a time. 6 months ago, I was a lawyer trying to figure out where my next client was coming from. And now I've been learning all summer. I've got a lot more to learn, but I am so looking forward to getting into the weeds with these issues. Okay. All right. Y'all got it. Don't throw things at me, but okay, I'll go back to you.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on what Cory Gardner said last night. He said he hopes you do the right thing and vote for Republicans.
Well, I would expect a Republican to say that. I expect the Democrats to say, I hope he does the right thing and vote for Democrats. But the people of Alabama expect me to do the right thing and vote for the people of Alabama. And so we're going to see. We're going to take every issue one step at a time. I want to sit down with folks on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of an issue. I think that's what's missing here, is that I want to talk to people on both sides of an issue, not just political parties, to try to learn what I can and make some decisions based on the people of Alabama. So, everybody's going to say that, but I've made it clear to everybody in this campaign. I'm going to continue to make it clear that the people of Alabama hope that I do the right thing by voting in their best interest. Yes, sir.
Another hit on Alabama during this election. A lot of people were thinking that folks just wouldn't come out to the polls and vote. After last night, what message would you give to the people of Alabama and maybe encourage everyone that voting is your right and you should take part?
Yeah, look, I think you just answered your own question there. Elections have consequences. We've been getting that message out for the last 5 or 6 months since we've been involved in this campaign. And it's not just in a bitter way. I don't mean it that way. Some people are going to be upset and they're thinking, oh my gosh, my candidate didn't win. I should have gotten more people to the polls. But the fact of the matter is that is one of the most sacred rights that we have in this country. And there are people in this state in particular who lost their lives trying to get that right to vote. So you don't have to count jelly beans in order to get that right to vote. So you don't have to pay a tax in order to get that right to vote. So it's important that I think that, and I would like to see there be some effort to get more people registered, to make it easier to vote in this state. We have a period other than absentee ballots here in this state, which are fairly cumbersome to do. I'd like to make it easier for people to exercise their right to vote, and I think we can do that over the course of time. But it's going to take, in order to do that, it's going to take people putting aside how is this vote going to affect this political party or that political party. We need to be thinking about the right to vote for everyone and not just how it will enrich one party or another to give, because that is so fundamental to everyone in this country. Back to you.
You get into with your wife over all this, culminating on your 25th wedding anniversary. Did you guys get to celebrate at all?
I'm going to take the fifth on that one, I think. Let me just say this. This was, last night was probably the best anniversary present anybody could have. We had, when we were married, probably the best wedding party that I have ever been to. But it didn't come close to the wedding, to the anniversary party that we had last night with about 2,000 of our closest friends. So, thank you. Yes, sir?
While he was campaigning for you the other day, Senator Cory Gardner said, he said President Trump should resign or release that case.
I'm going to just let Senator Booker and other senators make that judgment right now. I've been focused so much on the state of Alabama. I'm not going to go there on this right now. I thank President Trump for his call today, and I look forward, if he's putting forth things that help the state of Alabama, for me to work with him, and then I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him as I can only talk to him if those issues don't affect the state. Yes, sir. We'll go back to you again. All right, we're starting to recycle here, folks. So, yeah.
You campaigned with Randall Whitman, the new mayor of
Yeah.
Birmingham. Do you see, he just won, and that was...
All right, that is Senator-elect Doug Jones, Democrat of Alabama, taking questions from the press. He continues to take them, but let's turn to our panel and talk a little bit. Simone, you heard him say there, he was asked about how media reports were, in his view, wrong about how there wasn't enough of a ground game in Alabama from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the media reports were also wrong, but I also, frankly, I thought it was a long shot. But the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, had 30 staffers on the ground. The Jones campaign ran their own operation. And then there was a coordinated operation of allied Alabama groups, 27 groups across the state that were particularly focused on getting out African-American voters. And that included folks like Woke Vote, but also the Working Families Party, Indivisible Group, Righteous Vote. And then you had folks like Priorities USA and the Senate Majority PAC that put $1.5 million separately into African-American digital turnout program.
He has the seat for 3 years. He's just filling out the remainder of Jeff Sessions' term. That's going to be a difficult seat for any Democrat to try to keep in 2020, especially with President Trump on top of the ticket. He remains very popular, generally speaking, although not with last night's electorate in Alabama. You heard him there trying to sound as if he wanted to build bridges and wanted to be a problem solver. I'm not necessarily going to caucus with the vote all the time with one party or the other. But I guess, we'll see if he can actually pull that off.
Yeah, one of the most interesting things about what he said is that he doesn't seem in a special hurry to actually take his seat. And that's interesting because, of course, we have tax reform, which is pretty controversial in the National Democratic Party. There's almost a piece of me that wonders if Doug... For everyone, sure. But there's a piece of me that wonders if Doug Jones would like to get seated after the tax reform vote so he doesn't necessarily have to take a controversial vote as his first act as a U.S. Senator.
And what did you think about him, his first display of himself as senator-elect?
So I think I noted when we were discussing as he was talking that he almost struck me as sort of a small c conservative, temperamental conservative. Hey, there's a process for how you get seated in this seat, and we're just going to go through the process, and I just want to follow the rules and do things the right way and build bridges. Not a bomb thrower, not a fire breather, which there has been this notion in politics as of late, I think pushed by the sort of Steve Bannons of the world, that it's all about the fire breathers who say they're going to bring down the establishment establishment and tear up the rule book. And that's kind of the opposite of what we just saw from Doug Jones. And maybe it is that there are voters that say, I'm willing to go for someone who's just kind of a nice, maybe a little bit of a boring guy, and I'd rather have that than a fire breather. You saw that, by the way, in the Virginia election with Ralph Northam being
governor,
kind of just a nice guy, you know, that maybe voters are not necessarily always looking for the fire breather. And if we take the lesson from the Trump era to be that that's what voters really want, I think these two special elections prove differently.
Jake, this tax bill is historically unpopular, and what we have is Mitch McConnell bending and changing the rules to fit his agenda. They did it with Merrick Garland, and now they're attempting to do it with the tax bill. No one in the streets of the United States of America are taking to the streets with signs saying, please cut taxes for the wealthy. No one is doing that, and that is what this tax bill does. And so I actually don't think it's dangerous or even politically problematic for Senator-elect Doug Jones to be seated and have to vote on the tax bill. But I just want to reiterate that the process...
I think JD's point is he wasn't like eager to...
He wasn't
to take
eager
a position
to get to it.
on
I mean,
it,
because
right?
I don't think he also wants to get caught up in the beltway bickering that's currently going on with the Republicans literally trying to change and bend the rules to fit their agenda, and the Democrats asking for some decorum and decency and returning to the regular order of the Senate. But this tax bill is not popular. It is absolutely a tax cut for the wealthy, and Republicans are going to have to answer for this thing.
You heard the senator-elect talk about a nice, gracious phone call he got from President Trump. I want to bring in CNN senior White House correspondent Jeff Zeleny, who has some new reporting about that phone call between President Trump and Senator-elect Doug Jones.
Jake, we are getting some new information on the timing of that phone call, and I am told that this happened shortly before the president gave his speech earlier this afternoon on the tax reform plan. Before he walked into the grand foyer and into the east room of the White House, they spoke privately on the phone from the Oval Office for a short period of time, but you heard Doug Jones say it there. It was a gracious phone call, and he said they talked about moving forward. Now, that will be a test for this president, a test for this White House, if they indeed are serious about working with Democrats. The president, of course, a former Democrat himself, has talked oftentimes about working with Democrats. Well, Doug Jones could be a central example of that. He could be. He's an extinct creature in some respects, a Democrat from a conservative red state. That, of course, gives the White House an opportunity here. But even in this divided town, it's hard to imagine that. But Doug Jones said the president invited him over here to the White House. Jake, that's what used to happen all the time. When Barack Obama, that freshman senator, was first sworn in, President Bush had him right here to the White House. Jake. All
right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. I guess it is possible that this could be an opportunity for a reset for President Trump. I doubt it, just based on the past as prologue, but he could seize this moment.
Yeah, I don't expect that. I mean, we've seen a couple of situations early in the Trump presidency where people have said, is this where the pivot's going to come? And of course, the pivot never really comes. I do think, to Simone's point about the unpopularity of the tax legislation, it's important to keep in mind that one of the things that made Donald Trump, especially the nominee of the Republican Party, but then eventually the president of the United States, is that he connected with middle and working class voters in a way that past Republican nominees hadn't, in a way certainly that Mitt Romney hadn't only 4 years earlier. And I do think that one of the critical problems that the Roy Moore election or the controversy over Roy Moore's candidacy overshadows is that the president has lost a little support with that core demographic of working class and middle class voters. And unless you repair that problem, then Democrats are going to have a pretty successful 2018.
Everyone, thanks. We have a lot more to talk about. We're going to take a quick break. We're also going to talk about Steve Bannon and how he's reacting to last night's loss for his candidate. That's next. Stay with us. We're back with the politics lead. A blow to Steve Bannon's war on the Republican establishment yesterday after Republican candidate Roy Moore was defeated in Deep Red, Alabama. I want to bring in CNN political reporter Rebecca Berg and former Chief of Staff for Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Josh Holmes, to talk more about Bannon. Bannon responded to the election upset today. Take a listen.
Huge turnout yesterday, and that's because the Democrats hustled. And, you know, people have got to understand, you don't turn out, they're going to turn out. They did, you know, hat tip to these guys at the DNC. They slipped in here under the radar scope and did a great job of ground game.
Josh, do you agree? Is that what happened?
No. What happened was that Steve Bannon worked to nominate a candidate who was an alleged pedophile. I mean, I don't know very many Republicans, Democrats, or independents that were excited to vote with something like that. You know, he was pretty controversial before all of this happened. You'll recall when Steve Bannon first endorsed Roy Moore. He was up against Luther Strange, who President Trump had endorsed, and by the way, had a 100% voting record with President Trump. At that point, we knew that Roy Moore was going to be a tough sell, even in the state of Alabama. Yet Steve Bannon pushed forward, and, you know, look what we got, a Democratic senator in Alabama.
What is the view from Bannon world beyond, oh, it's the Democratic ground game? They must know that this candidate that they picked and that Steve Bannon helped convince President Trump to support was troubled, to say the least.
Right, and I think some of his allies would admit in private conversations, Jake, that they weren't a perfect match in terms of ideology. I mean, Roy Moore was not a populist nationalist in the Steve Bannon mold. He was this Christian conservative warrior, but they aligned in the first place. Steve Bannon's right-hand man, Andy Sarabian, told me originally because he saw this as a proxy fight with McConnell. He saw an opportunity to take on the Washington establishment, as you might call it, and make a point. Obviously, he fell short in this case, but that doesn't mean that his greater war against the establishment is going to be over. And in fact, a source close to him told me last night after the result that the war inside the Republican Party is only going to get more vicious and bloodier. So that's the way they see it. They see this as a battle they lost, not losing the war.
And in fact, speaking of getting more vicious and bloodier, take a listen to New York Republican Congressman Peter King talking to CNN this morning about how this election was the manifestation of the revulsion by the American people against Bannon.
This guy does not belong on the national stage. He looks like some disheveled drunk that wandered onto the political stage. He does not represent anything that I stand for. I consider myself a conservative Republican. I consider myself an Irish Catholic. And he sort of parades himself out there with his weird alt-right views that he has. And to me, it's demeaning the whole governmental and political process.
Now, we should point out, I'm sure Steve Bannon would say that's the Republican establishment attacking him personally and not on the fact that he's in touch with the populism that he thinks he stands for.
Yeah, well, look, Steve Bannon's problem is not the populism that he stands for. It's that he doesn't know what the heck he's doing. I mean, this is a guy who showed up in the last 2 months of the presidential election and declared himself the world's greatest strategist. In his first foray here in 2017, we lost an R+25 state. I mean, that's almost impossible to do. I mean, this guy like showed up at the plate with a football helmet and a basketball. I mean, it has absolutely, totally unmasked this idea that he has any clue what he's up to at this point.
And Rebecca, where else can we see some of these races? I know there's an insurgent candidate running against the incumbent Republican senator in Nevada. Where else might Bannon try to wage this war against the establishment?
Well, Arizona is another big target. You have Kelly Ward, who was supported previously by the Mercer family, who are a family of donors close to Bannon, close to President Trump. She is probably going to be facing a more establishment candidate in Arizona. Those are the two key races where the question now for Republicans, including President Trump, is what can you do to ensure one of those candidates that maybe isn't going to be as strong in a general election setting doesn't advance? How can you insert yourself into those contests?
Fascinating. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Coming up, questions about the Robert Mueller Russia investigation after some eyebrow-raising texts from an FBI special agent about President Trump are made public by the Justice Department. We're going to talk to the Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee next. Welcome back to The Lead, sticking with politics and the man who oversees Robert Mueller's special counsel investigation. Today on defense, Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein pushing back at House Republicans who say Mueller's team is on a witch hunt and incapable of being unbiased. Some of the strongest evidence so far, 375 politically charged anti-Trump text messages sent by a top investigator who is no longer on Mueller's team. One of those messages by Peter Strzok to FBI lawyer Lisa Page read, quote, "I want to believe the path you threw out for consideration in Andy's office, that there's no way he," meaning Trump, "gets elected, but I'm afraid we can't take that risk. It's like an insurance policy in the unlikely event you die before you're 40, unquote. Andy in that text apparently a reference to a deputy FBI director, Andrew McCabe. This message was sent a month after Strzok helped close the Clinton email probe. Although we don't know the exact context of the text, he does seem to be weighing in on the election and candidate Trump. Another exchange in March 2016 during the primaries, Lisa Page wrote, "God, Trump is a loathsome human," and Strzok replied, "Yet he may win." Another exchange, Strzok wrote, "Oh my God, he's an idiot, he's awful." Yet today, Rosenstein insisted he's standing by Mueller and the work of his team. He was also repeatedly asked about optics of political bias on Mueller's special counsel team, and at one point asked about 9 of 16 members who have made various political contributions. Here's how Rosenstein responded.
How with a straight face can you say that this group of Democrat partisans are unbiased and will give President Trump a fair shake?
We recognize we have employees with political opinions, and it's our responsibility to make sure those opinions do not influence their actions. Pardon me. And so I believe that Director Mueller understands that.
The Senate Intelligence Committee is also closely watching Mueller's work. Earlier today on Capitol Hill, I spoke with Senator Mark Warner. He's the highest-ranking Democrat on the committee. I asked him specifically about the Republican claims of bias on Mueller's team. Republicans in the House today in their committee hearing testimony from the Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein expressed some serious concerns about what they perceive to be bias in the investigation headed by Bob Mueller. What's your response? Do they not have reason to be concerned when an investigator is referring to the president using such a derogatory language?
Well, let's step back and take a look at this investigation. We have an FBI director that's been appointed by President Trump, who had a history of, I believe, giving north of $30,000 to Republican candidates. We have the special prosecutor himself, Bob Mueller, a very distinguished Vietnam vet, but also a known Republican. And the one individual that indicated some preference towards Ms. Clinton, my understanding is Bob Mueller, when that news came to him, he immediately fired him. So I worry that there seems to be this drumbeat. My hope is that at least here in the Senate, where a number of Republican senators said over the fall that, in effect, all hell to pay if Mr. Trump did something as irresponsible as firing Bob Mueller. I hope they will stand by their guns. I think what we've heard from Mr. Rosenstein today was he has great faith in Special Prosecutor Mueller, and I think he's going about this process in an orderly way. Yes, I'd love it to move faster, but I think he's doing it in a very professional way, and it would be beyond political malpractice. It would, I think, cause almost a constitutional crisis if Mr. Trump were to fire Mr. Mueller.
Rosenstein today refused to define the scope of the investigation. Should there be limits? I mean, is it relevant for him to be looking into the finances of President Trump or the Trump empire?
Well, again, if there have been allegations, and I'm not going to weigh in on those allegations because we're having our own investigation, but there have been allegations that there were extensive financial ties between Russian-backed entities and the Trump organization. That, in my mind, if it is true, would be a relevant fact from a counterintelligence standpoint.
You're the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, which questioned Donald Trump Jr. Today behind closed doors. Is Donald Trump Jr., is he being forthcoming?
Listen, I'm not going to comment about his testimony this morning. We don't talk about that testimony. But if you simply look at the public record, whether it is the case of the meeting where Russians were offering, in effect, dirt on Hillary Clinton that he participated in, when we look at the fact that it appears Donald Trump Jr. had some level of contact with Julian Assange and the head of WikiLeaks, which was the source of a lot of these leaked information on Mrs. Clinton and on John Podesta. There are a lot of legitimate questions that this individual needs to answer.
And our thanks to Senator Warner. Now to our world lead today. A top counterterrorism official in the U.S. is now saying that recent anti-Muslim rhetoric is making his job and the work of his colleagues more difficult. Let's bring in CNN's Jim Sciutto. And Jim, this official specifically referenced anti-Muslim remarks by President Trump.
That's right. This is the head of the NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center. That's the intelligence agency charged with preventing terror attacks on U.S. soil. And while he didn't say it was one particular tweet or one statement, I was very specific with him. I pressed him. I said, are you talking about Trump's, for instance, travel ban, Muslim-majority countries? Are you talking about that kind of thing included in here? And he said very simply, yes, that makes my job more difficult. He went on. He said, I don't think it is arguable it's more difficult when the environment is contaminated by mutual suspicion. If you're increasing the amount of suspicion and distress on these communities, It places more challenges in our way. To be clear there, when he's talking about these communities, of course, he's talking about Muslim communities, and he, like many other law enforcement officials, will make the point. We need these communities to give us information to help identify these people. And he was very clear here that this kind of rhetoric, these policies as well, make that job more difficult.
And he's on his way out the door, though, we should note. I mean, this is a comment he might not make if he still had, like...
No question. He's a very careful, very apolitical guy. He's on his way out of the door, but keep in mind, after serving really nearly a year under the Trump administration, having served a slightly longer time of the Obama administration. He's out the door, but not within 24 hours of the inauguration. Right?
But it struck you. I mean, you thought that this was notable, a Trump administration official saying the president's language makes fighting terrorism more difficult.
Absolutely, and to be clear, pressed him 3 or 4 times on this to make sure we knew what he was talking about here. And he's not alone in saying this. You'll hear others. I spoke to the Manhattan District Attorney 2 days ago who made a similar point. So the folks on the front lines of terrorism worry that this makes things more dangerous.
All right, Jim Sciutto, excellent reporting. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Be sure to follow me on Facebook and Twitter at Jake Tapper, or tweet the show at The Lead CNN. That is it for The Lead today. I'm Jake Tapper. I turn you over to Wolf Blitzer. He's in the Situation Room.
Happening now, breaking news, reaching a deal. House and Senate Republicans say they've reached a tentative deal on a compromise tax cut bill. The president says he hopes it will pass within days and that Americans will start seeing savings in 2 months. But tonight, even President Trump seems unsure if all Republican senators are on board. Defending Mueller amid a coordinated attack on the special counsel's Russia investigation, the Deputy Attorney General goes before a congressional panel and defends Robert Mueller against GOP claims of political bias. Mueller's boss says he sees no reason to fire him. Trump falters. The president is a big loser after backing the wrong candidate in the Alabama Senate race. Republicans will have only a razor-thin edge in the Senate after Democrat Doug Jones upsets scandal-plagued Roy Moore. So what's the impact on the president's agenda? And North Korea confusion. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson says the U.S. is willing to talk to North Korea without conditions, but the White House offers a different view. So what's the policy toward Kim Jong-un? I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Breaking news after the earth-shaking GOP loss in Alabama's Senate race. President Trump badly needs a win, and he's closer to one this hour, announcing House and Senate Republicans have agreed on a compromise tax deal. The president says he hopes Congress is just days away from passing what he calls a giant tax cut to begin in February. The shockwaves are still spreading, but President Trump is downplaying the humiliating Republican loss in deep red Alabama, where he twice bet on the wrong horse. First, Luther Strange in the primary, and then Roy Moore in the special Senate election. The president says some Republicans are happy that the scandal-tainted Moore lost to Democrat Doug Jones, but adds he would have liked to have had the seat. Jones says he got a very gracious call from the president, and they talked about finding common ground. As the Russia investigation draws closer to the president's inner circle, with Donald Trump Jr. questioned today at length by the Senate Intelligence Committee staff, Robert Mueller's boss is praising the special counsel and defending his investigation. Republicans are claiming political bias within Mueller's probe after the release of anti-Trump messages from an FBI agent who was removed from the investigation. But under grilling by GOP lawmakers, Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein says he sees no good cause to fire Mueller, adding no one has asked him to. I'll speak with Democratic Senator Chris Coons of the Judiciary and Foreign Relations Committees. And our correspondents and specialists and guests, they're all standing by for full coverage. With the shocking loss of a Senate seat in Alabama last night, Republicans are all the more eager to push through a tax bill, but no one is more eager than the president himself. Let's begin with our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. Jim, the president desperately needs a win.
He desperately needs a win after last night, Wolf. That's right. President Trump tried to change the subject back to his tax plan today, but after Roy Moore's stunning defeat down in Alabama, even the president's own allies agree Mr. Trump is weakened. One source close to the White House described Moore's loss as an earthquake that is devastating for the president, but that's hardly the only reality TV drama around the White House these days in the last 24 hours. Trying to steer a wounded Republican Party back on message, President Trump touted the GOP's tax plan that appears to be on its way to final passage.
Our current tax code is burdensome, complex, and profoundly unfair. It has exported our jobs, closed our factories, and left millions of parents worried that their children might be the first generation to have less opportunity than the last.
The GOP plan is expected to lower the corporate tax rate to 21%, trim the top rate for individuals to 37%, reduce the mortgage deduction for homeowners, and repeal the individual mandate in Obamacare, a holiday gift the president claims for taxpayers.
We want to give you, the American people, a giant tax cut for Christmas. And when I say giant, I mean giant.
But the president received an early lump of coal in his stocking in the form of the Alabama Senate race, where Democrat Doug Jones pulled off a major upset of Mr. Trump's endorsed candidate, Roy Moore. It was a defeat for the president, who defied warnings from fellow Republicans who rejected Moore, instead listening to his former chief strategist, Steve Bannon.
A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I want to endorse the people that are running.
The president engaged in some revisionist history, tweeting, "I said Roy Moore will not be able to win the general election. I was right. Roy worked hard, but the deck was stacked against him." But that ignores the fact that the president put his full weight behind Moore, who had been accused of child molestation.
He says it didn't happen. And, you know, you have to listen to him also.
Even touting Moore's candidacy just across the Alabama border in Florida.
This guy's screaming, "We want Roy Moore." He's right.
Republicans who have clashed with the president were celebrating Moore's defeat.
I know we're supposed to cheer for our side of the aisle, if you will, but I'm really happy with what happened for all of us.
While Democrats argued the Senate should wait for Jones to be seated before any vote on the GOP tax plan.
I think it's the right thing to do because the people of Alabama have spoken who they want to be representing them.
Others in the GOP pointed fingers at Bannon, accusing the conservative firebrand of leading the party into disaster.
It's not even so much as a political issue, almost as a moral issue. This guy does not belong on the national stage. He looks like some disheveled drunk that wandered onto the political stage.
Bannon's response to Moore's loss, no apologies.
That's because the Democrats hustled, and you know people have got to understand. You don't turn out, they're going to turn out. They did, you know, hat tip to these guys at the DNC.
But the election in Alabama wasn't the only source of turmoil for the White House, as top aide and former star of Mr. Trump's TV show, The Apprentice, Omarosa Manigault, abruptly left her position. A reminder of the mountain of melodrama the president has brought to the West Wing that feels like a flashback.
Omarosa has to go. You're fired.
Now, the White House confirms President Trump did call Senator-elect in Alabama Doug Jones. According to Jones, it was a gracious call. But, Wolf, Republican sources close to the White House and up on Capitol Hill, they are worried that the president has not learned his lessons from Alabama. They are warning the president to stay away from Steve Bannon heading into the midterms. Moving forward, as one source told us, the president has egg on his face because he listened to Steve Bannon. Wolf.
Jim Acosta reporting from the White House. Thank you. As the Russia investigation draws closer to the White House, Robert Mueller's boss is defending the special counsel as Republican lawmakers claim that Mueller's probe is stacked against the president. Let's bring in our justice correspondent, Jessica Schneider. Jessica, the Deputy Attorney General, he stood his ground today during extensive questioning up on Capitol Hill.
He did, Wolf. Rod Rosenstein, he offered a full-throated defense of his pick to lead the Russia probe. It was a contentious hearing at times where Rosenstein was unwavering in his support of the special counsel.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
President Trump's Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein found himself taking incoming fire from members of the president's party today, defending the Russia investigation and special counsel Robert Mueller, who he appointed from Republican charges of bias.
I think it would be very difficult, Congressman, for anybody to find somebody better qualified for this job. Director Mueller has, throughout his lifetime, been a dedicated and respected and heroic public servant. I believe he was an ideal choice for this task.
This is unbelievable. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. Rosenstein, I think the public trust in this whole thing is gone.
Under relentless questioning by members of the House Judiciary Committee, Rosenstein repeatedly said he sees no reason to remove Mueller.
Have you seen good cause to fire Special Counsel Mueller?
No.
And he suggested to Democrats on the committee that the president has not pressured him to do so either.
I am not going to be discussing my communications with the president, but I can tell you that nobody has communicated to me a desire to remove Robert Mueller.
Are you afraid of President Trump firing you?
No, I'm not, Congressman.
Rosenstein also dismissed any idea President Trump asked him to pledge his loyalty, something former FBI Director James Comey suggested Trump had wanted from him.
Is it ever appropriate for the President of the United States to demand that Department of Justice official or FBI director take a loyalty pledge?
I don't have any opinion about that, Congressman. Nobody's asked me to take a loyalty pledge other than the oath of office.
Rosenstein's staunch defense of the special counsel came as Republicans accused Mueller's team of being influenced by politics, suggesting the special counsel had hired partisans looking to take down President Trump. Congressman Steve Chabot ticked through a list of contributions he says some members of Mueller's team have made to Democrats over multiple election cycles, declaring it evidence of bias.
How, with a straight face, can you say that this group of Democrat partisans are unbiased and will give President Trump a fair shake?
And Republican members pointed to newly disclosed anti-Trump text messages between two employees at the FBI. Agent Peter Strzok, who helped lead the Clinton email server investigation, and FBI lawyer Lisa Page. The two exchanged hundreds of texts throughout the presidential campaign in 2016 when they were allegedly having an affair. Page texting in March 2016, "God, Trump is a loathsome human." Strzok responded, "Yet he may win." Another exchange said, "Oh my God, he's an idiot. He's awful."
That Director Mueller.
Strzok had been assigned to Mueller's investigation, but was removed by Mueller this summer when he learned about the texts. Rosenstein stressed the Inspector General is now investigating those messages, along with the handling of the Clinton email server investigation, pushing back on Republican calls to immediately appoint a second special counsel.
If we believe there was a basis for an investigation or a special counsel, I can assure you that we would act.
Under questioning by Democrats, Rosenstein pointed out that Mueller was appointed FBI director by both Republican and Democratic presidents and confirmed unanimously by the Senate, saying that political affiliations or opinions are different than bias.
We recognize we have employees with political opinions, and it's our responsibility to make sure those opinions do not influence their actions. Pardon me. And so I believe that Director Mueller understands that and that he is running that office appropriately, recognizing that people have political views, but ensuring that those views are not in any way a factor in how they conduct themselves in office.
But Rosenstein's defense did not placate Republicans. And now the number 2 Republican in the Senate, John Cornyn, he is calling for special counsel Robert Mueller to clean house of people on his team who have been politically active, who have made comments critical of the president. Wolf?
Jessica Schneider reporting. Thank you very much. Joining us now, Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. He's a member of the Judiciary and Foreign Relations Committees. Senator, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
All right, so you're on the Judiciary Committee. You heard the Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. He was before the House Judiciary Committee today, faced all these questions about whether a second special counsel is needed to investigate potential conflicts of interest in the Robert Mueller probe. What did you make of his answers?
Well, I agree with Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein that in Robert Mueller, we have a Republican who was nominated by a Republican to serve as FBI director and was unanimously confirmed by the Senate. He is conducting his investigation, to the best of my knowledge, and this is what Rosenstein testified to today, in an impartial and balanced manner. Where there have been allegations brought forward about bias or political views by folks who were involved in any way, he has removed them, reassigned them, or demoted them. That's what we would expect would happen. And I don't think we should appoint new special counsels simply because there are some things members of the House would like us to look into. I do believe that the House Judiciary Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the relevant intelligence committees are fully capable of looking into these concerns and making sure they're aired fully, as they were today in the House. I continue to have real confidence in Special Counsel Robert Mueller.
The Justice Department, as you heard, they handed over these very blunt anti-Trump text messages sent by an FBI agent who has since been demoted. Do those texts show a bias against the president in the Mueller investigation?
No, but they show that that FBI agent had some strong personal opinions. Once that had come to light, he was removed. He was not in a position of leadership of the Mueller investigation. And I don't think this compromises or even complicates the ongoing Mueller investigation.
Do you believe Robert Mueller is safe in his role as the special counsel?
I think it's important to make it clear that there are bipartisan efforts to make sure that the independence of the Department of Justice, respect for rule of law, is moving forward. As you know, Senator Tillis and I introduced a bill a number of months ago. Senator Graham and Senator Booker introduced a bill a number of months ago. We've had a hearing on the Judiciary Committee. We are working out the differences in language, and I hope we will soon be reintroducing a consensus bipartisan bill that would strengthen some of the protections for any special counsel.
Would it, if it were to pass, and I don't know if it would pass, even though you do have bipartisan support, but let's say it were to pass, would it guarantee that Mueller could not be fired?
No, but it would ensure that a special counsel, Robert Mueller or another, could only be fired for good cause. In Department of Justice regulations, it calls out what those are. Sort of gross impropriety or conflict of interest, a dereliction of duty. It means that the special counsel can't be fired for no reason, but it does lay out reasons for which the special counsel could be fired, and then puts in place a process by which a 3-judge panel could review that firing. I think it is a responsible, balanced step to make sure that going forward, special counsels aren't subject to being fired at the whims of the president or of leaders in the Department of Justice.
Senator, let me switch quickly to the Alabama Senate race. Could Doug Jones's victory put the Senate in play for Democrats next year?
Well, it certainly shows that the voters of Alabama are taking another look at the Trump administration and at who's running on the Republican ticket. In this particular case, I think it's important for us to look at who the citizens of Alabama voted for: a dedicated public servant, an experienced prosecutor, someone who stood up for civil rights. And the fact that Doug Jones was able to win in a deeply red state that hasn't elected a statewide Democrat in 25 years, that there was terrific and strong turnout across the board, both by the African-American community and by folks who typically vote for Republican candidates, and that's what put him over the top. I think that should make it clearer that there is a real chance for a Democratic sweep in the House and for Democrats to hang on to our seats, even to pick up a few seats in the Senate.
All right, Senator, I know you got to run and vote.
Yes.
Go ahead. We'll continue our coverage in just a moment. There's a lot going on. We're following all the breaking news. We'll be right back. There's breaking news. Alabama's new Senator-elect Doug Jones just told reporters he had a very gracious call from President Trump today after his shocking win. President Trump told reporters today that a lot of Republicans are very happy with the way the Alabama Senate race turned out. Democrat Doug Jones won despite the president's support for Republican Roy Moore. And this morning, the president tweeted, quote, "I said Roy Moore would not be able to win the general election. I was right." Let's get some insight from our political specialists. You know, Gloria, the president, he really went all in the last few weeks for Roy Moore. How much was this a referendum on the president's approval rating? A new national poll, Monmouth poll, what shows that his approval number right now is only 32%. That's the same number that the Pew poll had the other day.
Right, but his approval in the state of Alabama is almost at 50%. I mean, that's low considering he won the state by 2-1, but he has a better approval rating there. Look, I think it was a combination of this candidate that people found repulsive and couldn't vote for, and the fact that Donald Trump jumped in at the last minute, you know, may have helped Moore almost win, but it wasn't enough. And when you break down the numbers, there were enough people who held their nose and voted for a Democrat or wrote in a Democrat because of Moore.
The fact that a Democrat just won the state of Alabama is a referendum on the Republican candidate. There's no question about it. But because President Trump went all in and then doubled down for him in a really aggressive way against the advice of most of the people who were in and around him, talking to him, except for Steve Bannon, who gave him the opposite advice, of course, means that he kind of went down along with Roy Moore. And certainly it is an embarrassment, and it is a miscalculation, and one that will be used against him because of the allegations against Roy Moore for years and years to come.
And I think we have to place Alabama in the larger context. This isn't the only election we've had in recent months. And you look at Virginia, for example, you look at New Jersey, you see some of the same trends continue that are above and beyond Moore. suburban turnout that has shifted to Democrats in a clear reaction to Trump, heightened Democratic turnout, particularly in this case among African Americans. I mean, there are a lot of warning signs here for the Republican Party. But on that poll, Wolf, the thing that interests me is the president tweets all the time about how well the economy is doing, unemployment, 17-year low, stock market is up and everything. And the question is, if things are going so well, why is he doing so badly? And I think the answer has to do with his own character, his own performance, his own behavior.
Right. Things are going well despite his performance and his behavior.
Right.
Yeah, well, but there's this disconnect between the good news and people's attitudes toward him, and the Republican Party itself is going to have a hard time if they go into 2018 with a president with a 32% approval rating.
He's not, you know, Donald Trump as a cheerleader is not something a lot of Republicans may want. I mean, this is a man that people find personally offensive, and that's what the low approval rating is about. It's not about the economy. He does well when that's the one area when people say, is he doing well? It's the economy.
The problem is he's not a cheerleader, he's a jeer leader, right? That's what he enjoys doing. He likes picking fights, he likes
Did you just come up
belittling
with that?
people.
Yeah.
I did, as I was sitting here, just right here.
That was very good.
This is where the magic happens.
That's why you are David Axelrod.
He's very clever. Take us inside a White House after a setback like this. You were in the inner circle in the Obama White House. There were plenty of political setbacks at the time. What's going on?
Thanks for pointing that out, Wolf. You know, it was interesting. I mentioned last night that when we went through some of these setbacks, and we went through a cataclysmic race in Massachusetts where we lost the Ted Kennedy seat to the Republicans, unthinkable, really. And there was a lot of doom and gloom in this town and in the White House. And it was the president himself who kind of pulled everybody together and said, hey, you know, we got our butts kicked, and now we got to figure out how to move forward. And his attitude and his sort of calm and his focus really lifted everybody else up. It may be that that's what's happening in the White House today, but I think highly doubtful.
Can I just add, the thing that I'm going to be most interested in looking at Donald Trump and his approval ratings and just how it translates in 2018 when he's not on the ballot, but other Republicans are, is whether there's a mirror between what is going to go on here and what went on in the Obama years, and that President Obama was a unique figure, and that he could win for himself, but when he tried to help other people, it didn't always translate. And the question is whether that's going to happen with President Trump.
Point. All right, everybody stand by. There's more we're following right now. New information coming into the Situation Room. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're continuing our conversation with our political specialists, you know, down up on the Hill. What's been the reaction so far among Republicans to this win by Doug Jones against Roy Moore?
Probably a very odd sense of relief because they're feeling relieved that a Democrat won a seat. But that is the truth. I mean, it really is, because of the fact that they were bracing for a meeting that they were going to have this morning to discuss what the next steps would be if Roy Moore were elected to the Senate, how they were going to work through the process of doing a different kind of investigation or a more formal investigation that the Washington Post and other news outlets did, and put it through the process to potentially expel one of their own for the first time in over 150 years. They don't have to do that. And I think even more importantly, to a person, if you remember, the president went all in on Roy Moore, the RNC put money back in after pulling out. Not one member of the Republican caucus said that they thought, in the Senate, said that they thought that Roy Moore should be one of their colleagues. And they think that to a person that at the end of the day, it's not great to have a one-vote majority, but it's good for the Republican brand.
And if you're Mitch McConnell today, obviously you're not happy to have lost a seat, but if you're Mitch McConnell, who has been engaged in this huge battle with Steve Bannon, and the president and Steve Bannon wants to take him down and take him out and change the Senate, and the president sided with Steve Bannon over this, I'm sure you don't go in and tell the president, told you so. You're about to deliver him potentially a victory on tax cuts, and you may feel emboldened or a little bit more muscular to be able to say to the president, you know, Next time, listen to me when it comes to picking who the candidates are, who can get elected, because this guy could not get elected, and a lot of those people that Steve Bannon wants to run are going to lose too. So listen to me.
It was interesting. It took about 10 seconds after the race was called for all the anonymous quotes to start emanating, many of them from the White House, all aimed at Steve Bannon. You know, when you set yourself up as this sort of messianic leader of a historic revolutionary movement and you fall on your butt, there are a lot of people who have knives out for you, and Steve Bannon is a big target today.
But he clearly had an impact, an influence on the president's decision to support Roy Moore.
No, there's no, I think that's true. And I think the president sort of, you come into favor and you fall out of favor. And I think he was very angry at McConnell for talking him into being for Luther Strange against Roy Moore. Now he may be angry with Bannon for persuading him. We should say one small thing. I do think the president had some impact on this race in favor of Moore, in the sense that you saw the late-breaking vote going for Moore. I think in those places, close to where he campaigned, he probably had some influence. It's just that, much as in Virginia, where there was a heightened turnout in some of these Republican areas, it was dwarfed by the turnout in these Democratic areas. So apropos to our earlier discussion, the question is, can the president campaign for candidates and not only galvanize his own constituency, but also hyper-galvanize the opposition?
You know, and I don't think Bannon is going to back off one bit.
Yeah.
I think he's going to use this to energize his people to go after the establishment even more. So the tensions that existed before are only going to get exacerbated.
Steve Bannon is on the record as saying he only wants Ted Cruz among the incumbent senators up for re-election next year to be re-elected. He wants others to replace all these other incumbent Republicans.
Because the goal at the end of the day is very clear and very specific. He wants Mitch McConnell and the current Republican leadership gone. He wants them ousted, and the only way he believes he can do that is by electing different Republicans, new Republicans, who are giving him a no Mitch McConnell pledge. The problem that he has, that Mitch McConnell is saying, I told you so today, is if you pick a Republican like that, they're much more likely to be more extreme and unlikely to be able to be elected in the general election in the state.
Good point. All right, everybody stand by. There's more coming into the Situation Room. Clinton, more breaking news. The president's son, Donald Trump Jr., has been up on Capitol Hill for hours taking questions from investigators. We're going to give you an update. Also breaking, the top U.S. counterterrorism official criticizes President Trump's policies and anti-Muslim rhetoric. Stand by.
What we're doing with regard to bringing...
Breaking news now. Donald Trump Jr. has been in a marathon all-day session with Senate Intelligence Committee staffers. Let's go live to Capitol Hill. Our senior congressional correspondent, Manu Raju, is watching all of this unfold. What are you learning, Manu?
Yeah, I just spoke to Senator Mark Warner, who's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I asked him about this interview. I said, has Donald Trump Jr. been cooperative so far in this interview with staff members? And he said, well, look, I want members of this committee, senators themselves, to ask questions to Donald Trump Jr. So the top Democrat in the committee is telling me that he wants Donald Trump Jr. to come back again for another session to answer questions from the members themselves. Remember, Wolf, this is just staff members, part of this investigation. What they typically do, they have staff-level investigations, interviews. They talk to these witnesses for hours. This has been happening since 10 a.m. This morning, where Donald Trump Jr. has been behind closed doors. This is the third committee he has met with on Capitol Hill. He did meet with the House Intelligence Committee members last week, and he also met with the Senate Judiciary Committee staff in September as part of each of those committees' own investigations. Clearly, Wolf, a lot of questions about Donald Trump Jr.'s own contacts with Russians during the campaign, and of course, that June 2016 meeting in which he was promised dirt on the Hillary Clinton campaign, met with others, including Jared Kushner, Paul Manafort, and other Russian operatives at that meeting that he later said was an issue about Russian adoptions, and the questions about how they responded to the news media initially when the news was first emerged earlier this summer, whether they were truthful to the public about exactly what happened there. Those questions undoubtedly will have been covered today in this marathon session, but the news just moments ago, Mark Warner, the top Democrat in the committee, saying, look, Donald Trump Jr., it's great he's talking to staff, but he's got to come back and talk to the members themselves. We'll see if they agree to do just that.
Certainly we'll stand by. Mano, thanks very much. We have more breaking news. A top counterterrorism official here in Washington who's leaving his government post just told CNN that President Trump's policies, his anti-Muslim rhetoric, are making counterterrorism more difficult. Let's bring in our chief national security correspondent, Jim Sciutto. So, Jim, what are you learning?
So keep in mind, this is the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, which is the intelligence agency charged with protecting the homeland from terror attacks. And to be clear, Nick Rasmussen, who's been there for a number of years, is leaving now a year into the Trump administration, is not referencing a specific tweet or comment from a specific individual, but he's talking about the overall environment. In fact, I pressed him and I said, included in this are the president's tweets, anti-Muslim tweets at times, the policy, the travel ban, for instance, that affects Muslim-majority countries. And I said, are you saying that that environment is making this job more difficult? And his answer simply was yes. He went on to say, I don't think it's arguable that it's more difficult when the environment is contaminated by mutual suspicion. If you're increasing the amount of suspicion and distress on these communities, it places more challenges in our way. Of course, he's referencing there, Wolf, Muslim communities, because you will hear from people like him that you need those communities, you need cooperation with Muslim communities because they're going to help you identify potential actors, bad actors here. And he's not alone in this assessment. I met with the Manhattan DA earlier in this week, Cyrus Vance Jr. He made a similar point that you need those communities, and when you have this kind of rhetoric, some of these policies, some of these comments, that makes their job more difficult.
Yeah, I've spoken myself to several major U.S. counterterrorism officials who all point out the information that the U.S. has received from Muslims is information that has saved many lives and thwarted several terrorist plots.
Absolutely.
So you don't want to alienate the Muslim American community.
No question.
All right, Jim, thanks very, very much. Coming up, the man who appointed the special counsel, Robert Mueller, gets an earful from both Republicans and Democrats up on Capitol Hill. Also coming up, conflicting signals about the possibility of U.S. talks with Kim Jong-un's North Korea. Is the U.S. ready to sit down at the negotiating table without any preconditions? Tonight, there are conflicting signals about whether the United States is willing to negotiate with North Korea. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson yesterday appeared open to starting talks with Kim Jong-un's regime without any preconditions, but now other voices are weighing in. Let's bring in Brian Todd. What are you hearing, Brian?
Wolf, tonight, Rex Tillerson and the White House and President Trump are not on the same page on this, and Tillerson may not even be on the same page with his own spokesperson. It could be causing confusion among America's allies and the North Koreans. The White House saying now is not the time for any talks because North Korea has simply been too aggressive. Tillerson, though, has gone out on a limb saying, let's just get the North Koreans in a room and go from there. Tonight, a bold stroke from America's top diplomat leaves an opening for drawing down tensions with Kim Jong-un. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson says America's ready to sit down and talk with North Korea with no preconditions.
Let's just meet, and we can talk about the weather if you want. We can talk about whether it's going to be a square table or a round table if that's what you're excited about. But can we at least sit down and see each other face to face?
Tillerson's not on the same page with President Trump. The White House telling CNN tonight that given North Korea's most recent missile test, clearly right now is not the time for negotiations. President Trump tweeted in October that Tillerson was, quote, wasting his time trying to negotiate with Little Rocket Man. The White House says Kim's regime has to show it's willing to end its nuclear weapons program and has to stop provoking the U.S. before any talks can even start, something Tillerson himself said in April.
North Korea must take concrete steps to reduce the threat that its illegal weapons programs pose to the United States and our allies before we can even consider talks.
Tillerson now says it's not realistic to expect Kim to commit to giving up his weapons before talking to the North Koreans. But he does say Kim has to pause his missile tests if they talk. And his spokesperson said as long as North Korea is launching missiles and testing nuclear bombs, they're not showing they're serious about talking. Tonight, veteran diplomats and former White House officials warn the North Koreans have negotiated with America before to scale back their nuclear weapons, only to break their promises. And they say Kim's negotiators are known to act like mafia bosses at the bargaining table.
they basically treat negotiations like an ATM machine. Every time they want to get a new cash payment, they come to the table and they use the negotiations to play for time and play for advantage. And then what happens is the North Koreans say, if you don't give us X, we will walk away and conduct a provocation, a nuclear test, a missile test.
Still, some analysts say talking to Kim now, while tensions are so high, could at least bring the danger levels down.
They could stop the escalation. The talks could stop the missile launches. They could stop the nuclear tests, and ultimately down the road, stop the production of more fissile material and start moving it in the other direction.
CNN has reached out to North Korea's mission at the UN for response to Tillerson's offer for talks. We've gotten no response.
Now, opening the door for talks with Pyongyang is not Rex Tillerson's only big surprise tonight. He also said the administration has spoken to China about how to ensure that North Korea's nuclear weapons don't fall into the wrong hands if North Korea becomes unstable or even falls apart. Tillerson said U.S. troops might have to cross into North Korea to make sure those weapons are secured, but that they've assured China that American forces would retreat back into South Korea once they did secure those weapons. Wolf, extraordinary that he's even talking about that.
And amidst all of this, an American diplomat has gone to North Korea in recent days, but under the umbrella of the United Nations, right?
That's right, Wolf. Jeffrey Feltman is his name. He's a former Assistant Secretary of State at the State Department, but he is now a top diplomat with the United Nations. Feltman did go to Pyongyang last week. He pressured the North Koreans to engage in more diplomacy. He said they were non-committal, though. And to clarify again, even though Feltman is an American, he went there on behalf of the UN.
He's the Undersecretary General for Political Affairs, and I'm sure he went there without any preconditions. All right, Brian, thank you very, very much. Coming up, President Trump backs the wrong horse in the Alabama Senate race. So what does Roy Moore's stunning defeat mean for the president's agenda? Happening now, breaking news, art of the bill. President Trump touts a new Republican compromise on taxes as bringing him closer to keeping a campaign promise. Tonight, unanswered questions about what's in the deal, even as Mr. Trump says it could affect taxpayers in a matter of months. Russia probe pushback. The Deputy Attorney General defends the special counsel as Republican lawmakers accuse Robert Mueller's team of political bias. Critics pouncing after anti-Trump texts from a former member of Mueller's team were revealed. Tidal wave. A historic Democratic upset in Crimson Red Alabama is sending shockwaves through the White House and the Republican Party. After backing the losing candidate, is the president trying to rewrite history tonight? And proxy war. The Trump administration is making a new move connected to a bloody conflict in which a U.S. ally and a dangerous adversary are taking sides. Stand by for CNN's exclusive reporting on the ground of this long and horrific war. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Breaking tonight, President Trump says the GOP-controlled Congress is just days away from passing tax reform, and that could mean savings for Americans as soon as February. Republican House and Senate negotiators striking a tentative deal today on a compromise version of their competing tax bills. Mr. Trump seeking a quick vote and a needed victory just hours after the stunning upset in Alabama that will cost the GOP a crucial vote in the Senate. Also breaking, Democrat Doug Jones says President Trump phoned him after his historic Senate win and invited him to the White House. Jones describes the call as gracious, but privately a source tells CNN that the Alabama results were devastating for the president. After endorsing the scandal-tainted Republican Roy Moore, Mr. Trump is trying to claim in a new tweet that he was right about the race all along because he didn't back Moore in the primary. And the Deputy Attorney General in the hot seat, defending the special counsel he appointed as Republican lawmakers accuse Robert Mueller's team of political bias. Rod Rosenstein telling a House panel he hasn't seen any cause to fire Mueller from the Russia investigation. But Mueller's GOP critics have seized on newly disclosed anti-Trump texts sent and received by an FBI agent who was removed from Mueller's team for possible bias. This hour, I'll talk about that and more with Senator Joe Manchin. He's a Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee. And our correspondents and specialists are also standing by. First, Let's go to our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. Jim, the president may be hoping that new progress towards tax cuts will help ease the pain of that loss in Alabama.
He certainly hopes so. Well, President Trump tried to change the subject today after his tax plan was unveiled here at the White House. But after Roy Moore's stunning defeat down in Alabama, even the president's own allies agree Mr. Trump is weakened. One source close to the White House described Moore's loss as a, quote, earthquake that is devastating for the president. But that's hardly the only reality TV drama around the White House these days, especially in the last 24 hours. Trying to steer a wounded Republican Party back on message, President Trump touted the GOP's tax plan that appears to be on its way to final passage.
Our current tax code is burdensome, complex, and profoundly unfair. It has exported our jobs, closed our factories, and left millions of parents worried that their children might be the first generation to have less opportunity than the last.
The GOP plan is expected to lower the corporate tax rate to 21%, trim the top rate for individuals to 37%, reduce the mortgage deduction for homeowners, and repeal the individual mandate in Obamacare, a holiday gift the president claims for taxpayers.
We want to give you, the American people, a giant tax cut for Christmas. And when I say giant, I mean giant.
But the president received an early lump of coal in his stocking in the form of the Alabama Senate race, where Democrat Doug Jones pulled off a major upset of Mr. Trump's endorsed candidate, Roy Moore. It was a defeat for the president, who defied warnings from fellow Republicans who rejected Moore, instead listening to his former chief strategist, Steve Bannon.
A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I want to endorse the people that are running.
The president engaged in some revisionist history, tweeting, "I said Roy Moore will not be able to win the general election. I was right. Roy worked hard, but the deck was stacked against him." But that ignores the fact that the president put his full weight behind Moore, who had been accused of child molestation.
He says it didn't happen. And, you know, you have to listen to him also.
Even touting Moore's candidacy just across the Alabama border in Florida.
This guy's screaming, "We want Roy Moore." He's right.
Republicans who have clashed with the president were celebrating Moore's defeat.
I know we're supposed to cheer for our side of the aisle, if you will, but I'm really, really happy with what happened for all of us.
While Democrats argued the Senate should wait for Jones to be seated before any vote on the GOP tax plan.
I think it's the right thing to do because the people of Alabama have spoken who they want to be representing them.
Others in the GOP pointed fingers at Bannon, accusing the conservative firebrand of leading the party into disaster.
It's not even so much as a political issue, almost as a moral issue. This guy does not belong on the national stage. He looks like some disheveled drunk that wandered onto the political stage.
Bannon's response to Moore's loss, no apologies.
That's because the Democrats hustled, and you know people have got to understand. You don't turn out, they're going to turn out. They did, you know, hat tip to these guys at the DNC.
But the election in Alabama wasn't the only source of turmoil for the White House, as top aide and former star of Mr. Trump's TV show, The Apprentice, Omarosa Manigault, abruptly left her position. A reminder of the mountain of melodrama the president has brought to the West Wing that feels like a flashback.
Omarosa has to go. You're fired.
Now, the White House confirms President Trump did call Senator-elect Doug Jones down in Alabama. According to Jones, it was a, quote, gracious call. But Republican sources close to the White House and up on Capitol Hill are still worried the president has not fully learned his lessons from Alabama. They are warning the president to stay away from Steve Bannon moving forward into the midterms next year. As one source told us, Wolf, the president has egg on his face because he listened to Bannon. And Wolf, the stakes are much higher in the new year.
They certainly are. Jim Acosta at the White House, thank you. The president sounded optimistic that a tax bill will be passed within days, but when it comes to getting his agenda through Congress, his predictions have been wrong before. Let's go to our congressional correspondent, Sunlen Serfati. Sunlen, does the president have the votes to get this tax deal passed?
Not yet, Wolf, but Republican leaders tonight are increasingly optimistic that they will be able to get there. A big sign of progress today came when House and Senate negotiators agreed to a tentative deal on principle to merge their two bills into one. That is a big step, which essentially puts the ball in play, puts the wheels in motion, pushing towards a potential final vote up here on Capitol Hill, potentially and likely next week. But notably, it's still only a deal in principle among among the negotiators. There are still many issues to work through here. And notably, there are still a significant number of wild cards up here. Senator Bob Corker of Tennessee today on Capitol Hill saying, look, I still have the same concerns that I've always had with this bill. Wolf?
Sullivan, what's the mood on Capitol Hill right now, especially among the Republicans after Doug Jones' win last night in Alabama?
Well, among some Republicans, Wolf, certainly they are breathing a sigh of relief tonight, relief that they essentially don't have to deal with Roy Moore, who could have become a big problem for them in the Republican Party, potentially dealing with a lengthy investigation, potentially dealing with expulsion proceedings. But Republicans are also at the same time facing this reality that they are now one seat short, one seat less in their majorities, and that makes a difference in the math, pushing forward on their legislative agenda. But Wolf, Democrats tonight, of course, feeling emboldened. Not only they feel that they've gained some leverage up here on Capitol Hill with Doug Jones's win, but it also gives them some ray of hope next year looking ahead to midterms.
Salman Sarfati up on Capitol Hill, thanks very much. Let's get some more on all of this. Senator Joe Manchin is joining us. He's a Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Senator, thanks very much for coming in.
Good to be with you.
All right, we got a lot to discuss.
Okay.
I want to get to the Russia investigation, but what's your reaction to the Doug Jones win in Alabama last night, the Democrats?
Well, I just think it speaks volumes for what we call the radical middle, those of us still in the moderate middle, centrist Democrats, and for Doug to coming from Alabama is going to be a big plus, be able to work in that middle. But I just told Doug to be an Alabama Democrat. Don't have to be a Washington Democrat. Whatever you do, make sure Alabama's first and foremost on your mind. If you can go home and explain it, you can go home and vote for it. If you can go home and explain it and tell them what it's about, no matter whether it's a Democrat idea or Richard Shelby, your co-worker, has a good idea. If it's a Republican idea that works good for Alabama, do it. And that's what Doug has
First time a Democrat has been elected to the Senate from Alabama in 25 years. Is there anything that the Democrats, and you're a Democrat, can do to stop the Republicans from pushing through their tax bill maybe next week?
Only hope we have right now is some of the Republicans will look at the final version and say, this is not America. Well, if there was 15 of us, I can assure you 15 Democrats that wanted to be part of this. I'm the easiest pickup they would have had, but it was designed not to have any Democrats. If you had a D by your name, they did everything they could to keep
Chuck Schumer's asking the Republicans to delay the vote until Doug Jones could at least be sworn in early
January. They're not going to do it because of Chuck Schumer asking because of Doug Jones coming. What they should be doing is saying, what's the rush, what's the hurry? We don't have a crisis on our hand. The market's stronger than ever. We don't have double-digit unemployment. It's lower at 4% than ever. What's the hurry? Why can't we do what Ronald Reagan did? He worked it for 2 years. But why can't we work a good bill that's compromising? And Ronald Reagan, who we all loved, got 73 votes out of the Senate.
A lot of people are concerned, I know you're among them, about what's called the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP. It was a key issue for Doug Jones in Alabama. Federal funding for the program ran out September 30th. Millions of kids receive their health coverage because they have
9 million
CHIP.
children.
9 million, and I think about 21,000 in your state of West Virginia. Do you think this victory by Doug Jones will help push the initiative to get this program funded up on Capitol Hill?
I put this in perspective. If you have a tax bill, which we don't have a crisis or an emergency, but we're pushing through like it's a crisis or an emergency. If we have that on the hot ticket right now, and they're moving that through, which is the Republican leadership, you have children, 9 million children. I have 21,000 children in West Virginia by February that'll lose it. I have 50,000 overall depend on it. It's the only health care they get. And that's not a priority. That is truly a crisis there. Why can't you at least put it on the same parity as you think that tax reform is needed? It's just ridiculous. We're begging them, please allow us to put this on when your omnibus bill comes, during PAYGO, whenever. Let us make sure the children are taken care of in
They got till February to do it, but there's a
some
urgent
states
need
are falling off now.
right away. So there's
My
an
state
urgent
falls off in February.
in West Virginia, February 28th.
Right.
So you got to get it funded before then.
Correct.
Stand by. We're getting more breaking news on what's going on in your committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, on the Russia investigation. Donald Trump Jr. appearing there once again today for hours. We'll update our viewers on that and more when we come back. We're back with Senate Intelligence Committee member Joe Manchin. We're following the breaking news on the Russia investigation. Senator, I want you to stand by. I quickly want to go to our senior congressional correspondent, Manu Raju. He's up on Capitol Hill. Manu, Donald Trump Jr. back on Capitol Hill where you are today. What are you learning?
Well, he's been behind closed doors with the Senate Intelligence Committee staff since roughly 10 a.m., more than 8 hours right now, to answering a range of questions about his contacts that occurred during the campaign with Russians. Of course, that June 2016 meeting in which he was promised dirt from the Russians on the Clinton campaign. Now, I just had a chance to speak with Senator Mark Warner, who's the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, and he told me that this is not going to be the only time that he wants Donald Trump Jr. to come back. He said this, Wolf: I still have more questions. When we're talking about the principles, the members are going to want to hear from him directly. Now, the top Republican on the committee, Richard Burr, has not gone that far. I asked him about that earlier. He would not comment if he wanted Donald Trump Jr. back. But one question, Wolf, is that when he talked to the Senate House Intelligence Committee last week, Donald Trump Jr. invoked attorney-client privilege over his conversations with his father after the initial stories broke about the Trump Tower meeting. Now, the question is, did he invoke attorney-client privilege today? We don't have that answer yet. And when I posed the question to Mark Warner just moments ago, he would not comment about that issue either. Perhaps one reason why this staff interview is still ongoing behind closed doors. We're told, Wolf, it could go for about another hour or so.
Wow. They started, as you say, 10 o'clock this morning. It's been going on for hours and hours. Manu, thank you very much. Now to the special counsel's Russia investigation and allegations of political bias within Robert Mueller's team. Let's bring in our justice correspondent, Jessica Schneider. Jessica, the man who appointed Mueller faced a lot of questions up on Capitol Hill today.
He did, Wolf. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, he faced hours of grilling and criticism about the special counsel's probe from Republicans. But Rosenstein was unwavering in his support of Robert Mueller and his team throughout that contentious hearing.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
President Trump's Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein found himself taking incoming fire from members of the president's party today, defending the Russia investigation and special counsel Robert Mueller, who he appointed from Republican charges of bias.
I think it would be very difficult, Congressman, for anybody to find somebody better qualified for this job. Director Mueller has, throughout his lifetime, been a dedicated and respected and heroic public servant. I believe he was an ideal choice for this task.
This is unbelievable. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. Rosenstein, I think the public trust in this whole thing is gone.
Under relentless questioning by members of the House Judiciary Committee, Rosenstein repeatedly said he sees no reason to remove Mueller.
Have you seen good cause to fire Special Counsel Mueller?
No.
And he suggested to Democrats on the committee that the president has not pressured him to do so either.
I am not going to be discussing my communications with the president, but I can tell you that nobody has communicated to me a desire to remove Robert Mueller.
Are you afraid of President Trump firing you?
No, I'm not, Congressman.
Rosenstein also dismissed any idea President Trump asked him to pledge his loyalty, something former FBI Director James Comey suggested Trump had wanted from him.
Is it ever appropriate for the President of the United States to demand that a Department of Justice official or FBI director take a loyalty pledge?
I don't have any opinion about that, Congressman. Nobody's asked me to take a loyalty pledge other than the oath of office.
Rosenstein's staunch defense of the special counsel came as Republicans accused Mueller's team of being influenced by politics, suggesting the special counsel had hired partisans looking to take down President Trump. Congressman Steve Chabot ticked through a list of contributions he says some members of Mueller's team have made to Democrats over multiple election cycles, declaring it evidence of bias.
How, with a straight face, can you say that this group of Democrat partisans are unbiased and will give President Trump a fair shake?
And Republican members pointed to newly disclosed anti-Trump text messages between two employees at the FBI. Agent Peter Strzok, who helped lead the Clinton email server investigation, and FBI lawyer Lisa Page. The two exchanged hundreds of texts throughout the presidential campaign in 2016 when they were allegedly having an affair. Page texting in March 2016, "God, Trump is a loathsome human." Strzok responded, "Yet he may win." Another exchange said, "Oh my God, he's an idiot. He's awful."
That Director Mueller.
Strzok had been assigned to Mueller's investigation, but was removed by Mueller this summer when he learned about the texts. Rosenstein stressed the Inspector General is now investigating those messages, along with the handling of the Clinton email server investigation, pushing back on Republican calls to immediately appoint a second special counsel.
If we believe there was a basis for an investigation or a special counsel, I can assure you that we would act.
Under questioning by Democrats, Rosenstein pointed out that Mueller was appointed FBI director by both Republican and Democratic presidents and confirmed unanimously by the Senate, saying that political affiliations or opinions are different than bias.
We recognize we have employees with political opinions, and it's our responsibility to make sure those opinions do not influence their actions. Pardon me. And so I believe that Director Mueller understands that and that he is running that office appropriately, recognizing that people have political views, but ensuring that those views are not in any way a factor in how they conduct themselves in office.
But Rosenstein's defense did not placate Republicans, and now the number 2 Republican in the Senate, John Cornyn, he's calling for special counsel Robert Mueller to clean house of people on his team who have been politically active or have made comments critical of the president. Wolf?
All right, Jessica, thanks very much. Jessica Schneider reporting. Let's get back to Senator Joe Manchin. He's a member of the Intelligence Committee. Do you agree with Senator Mark Warner, the top Democrat on your committee, that Donald Trump Jr. should come back and testify before the members themselves like you, as opposed to strictly staffers, which he's been doing for hours today?
I sure do. I really do. I believe that basically we owe that. The people that we represent, people of the United States of America, have to have transparency. That comes from us and through us. I like to see a public hearing to where people come before so the public can understand.
So why is he just answering questions from staff members
the staff
of the
basically
committee, and no members like you are even allowed to listen in?
I don't agree with that process at all. They know how hard and strongly I feel against that, but I do understand their method. Their method is they're going through just rings and rings and rings of different probes and investigations. They're looking at everything. They put together a pertinent set of a direction they want to go in questioning. They bring that, and tomorrow we will be able to see the transcripts from this, questions that were asked.
You'll be, as a member.
Members will be able.
The public won't be able to.
The public will not be able to at that time. We've got to push at this time then, as members, to have a public hearing so that the people can see and hear what we know.
You heard Manu Raju report. The meeting started this morning at 10 a.m. It's still going on even as we speak right now. We don't know if he once again is invoking the attorney-client privilege to prevent any discussion of his private conversations with his father.
I would think.
What do you make of that argument?
Wolf, I would think that if he's invoking his privileges as he's done before with the House, that we wouldn't be here all this time. It wouldn't take that long because our side, the staff, would have run out of questions. You can't just linger a question on that long. So there has to be dialogue both. So I'm anxious to see tomorrow the transcripts.
We've had several major developments over these past few weeks in the Russia investigation, including arrests and plea bargains and all of that kind of stuff. I keep asking you this question. Let me get your thoughts today. Have you seen evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russians?
I haven't seen direct evidence of collusion. That's what the transcripts will show us. If there is someone, you're saying quid pro quo. Did you do something because you expected something in return? I have not seen that. Do we know that they were involved? Absolutely. Do we know now that they've been talking when they said they weren't with different members of the president's team? We know that's happened. So you wouldn't have.
Do you see evidence of indirect collusion? Let's say?
When you look at maybe Manafort's, okay, let's see where Paul Manafort has gone with this.
The former campaign chairman.
Right, and did he do it for financial gains? Michael Flynn.
The former national security advisor.
Absolutely. So when you start looking at that, and those people were in the inner circles, those people were in decision making, and they were basically, it looks to me as if using their position for gains for themselves.
Let's talk about the anti-Trump messages, texts that were sent by this FBI agent who has since been removed from the Mueller investigation. Do those tweets show that there has been an anti-Trump bias in this whole special counsel investigation?
Well, this last election had people fired up on both sides, so I'm sure what they're not telling you is Chris Wray, our FBI director, who I think is a fine, absolutely upstanding, fine individual. He's briefed our committee behind closed doors, answered every question. We finally, it has been revealed yesterday, that he, over the years, has contributed to the Republican candidates, up to $39,000 over the period of time. I don't know if that's factual or not. That's what's been reported, and no one has disputed that. So here he has leaned that direction. My goodness, I don't think there's anybody more qualified than him to be where he is in the FBI. There's not a better person than Robert Mueller to be in the position he's in. working for both presidents as far as Democrats and Republicans, being overwhelmingly unanimously confirmed, and then he was asked to stay on. He was asked to stay on after the Bush administration, to stay on with President Obama. So, I mean, he is beyond reproach. And for him to get rid of the people he got rid of as soon as he knew, shows the quality of character.
So what's your reaction to all these Republicans now saying there should be a second special counsel appointed to investigate all of this, including Mueller?
This is what makes America sick. This is really what makes America sick with Washington, sick with all of us up here, thinking that we can't get out of our own way politically to do the right thing. When you have a good man like Robert Mueller, there's not a better person suited to do the job. They've all agreed in the past.
But you've seen the attacks that have been launched against him. Is he safe in his job, you think?
I would hope to think he's safe. If not, then, pardon the expression, all hell will break loose.
What does that mean?
That means that I think there will be an uprising from members of both parties, knowing this is a good man. And you're taking a good man out, you must be taking out for political reasons, not for the law or the letter of the law. As we are a rule of law. That's how we rule each other, and we live by that. And this is a man that will enforce it.
Senator Manchin, thanks as usual for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Just ahead, the Alabama blame game as Republicans point fingers. Will their humiliating loss in Alabama change the president or his party? And we'll have more on the breaking news on Donald Trump Jr.'s latest Russia interview and why a key Senate Democrat isn't satisfied. More now on the breaking news we're following tonight. Donald Trump Jr. answering questions for the Russia investigation in a marathon session with the Senate Intelligence Committee staff. And Bianna, let me start with you. The top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, we just heard from Senator Manchin. They both want him to come back and answer questions not just from the staff, but from members themselves. What does that tell you?
Well, look, as you'd been talking about earlier with the senator and with Manu, I mean, he'd been in there for 8 hours, so one has to wonder what is being discussed in these 8 hours and how forthcoming has he been. At least publicly, a lot of the information we've learned not from Don Trump Jr., but of course from reporting and from the New York Times and the Washington Post and what have you, and it all obviously goes back to that June meeting at Trump Tower with the Russian lawyer, and every day it seemed a new story would come out. He would follow up with his version of it, and yet it was sort of a piecemeal reaction, and I think there's a lot of question as to how forthcoming he's been. Also, remember that this panel has interviewed others within the Trump orbit as well, so I'm sure they're comparing what they've been told, what Don Jr. has said, and what both sides don't know that the other has said as well.
Yes, unusual, Ron, and we've covered Congress for a long time. The staff members of the committee, they can interview Donald Trump Jr. Tomorrow. The members of the Republican and Democratic members of the committee, they can actually read the transcript.
You know, the Senate Intelligence Committee seemed to be the last place that has not yet splintered along party lines in this investigation. I mean, the House Intelligence Committee process is kind of a shambles of partisan conflict. The Senate Judiciary Committee has also been, which historically a less partisan place, has been splintering as well between Senator Feinstein and Senator Grassley. The Intelligence Committee has seemed to be the island, but the idea that the senators themselves would not have access to someone as central to the story as Donald Trump Jr. seems to me unsustainable on a long-term basis, and is probably going to be the basis of increased tension between Democrats and Republicans if it's not resolved.
Abby, how do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think to be fair, sometimes staff has the knowledge base that's a little bit deeper than their bosses because they're there studying the material. But I think one of the things about Don Jr. is two things, actually. In the campaign, family was so central to the campaign. He had a lot of power and a lot of leeway, which was very unusual for political campaigns. And secondarily, this meeting that is of great interest to investigators dealt with a person who was a contact of Don Jr.'s through the Trump business. So there are a lot of nexuses of inquiry that probably just requires more time and more probing.
You know, Abby, there's a lot of criticism. Now, you heard the testimony from the Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein defending the special counsel Robert Mueller, especially in light of these emails, these texts that have been discovered from now a former FBI agent, still an FBI agent, but someone who's demoted, who was doing all these anti-Trump tweets, raising questions about the credibility of the investigation.
Right, and it was really an aggressive defense of Mueller and of the FBI in general. You know, the The question of bias was raised in this hearing, and the response from Rosenstein was that, just because you have a partisan preference doesn't mean you're necessarily biased, and so that's going to be a key distinction looking at some of these text messages. But also, he defended Mueller as the perfect choice as special counsel, really puncturing the Republican narrative that has been trying to build that Mueller is just a partisan hack on a witch hunt.
I think we're headed for a big Republican split over this, because the dominant view in the party has been, and I still think the majority view, is that, especially given everything else that's going on that we've seen in New Jersey and Virginia and Alabama, for Donald Trump to fire Robert Mueller before the midterm election would be the ingredients for a catastrophe. On the other hand, you have this drumbeat that we're talking about, Rex is talking about, that's getting louder from Fox and talk radio, and now joined by a number of House Republicans basically saying this is an unfair investigation, it's an existential threat, you have to get rid of it. I think that's going to come to a head, because whether they realize it or not, by making these kinds of arguments, they're giving the president more space to consider something that most Republicans still believe would be catastrophic to the party.
Although it seems like perhaps the way out for some Republicans is this idea of a counter special counsel to investigate some of these other claims. And honestly, it seems like that is about giving the president something to hold on to that is different from firing Mueller.
And beyond the anti-Trump texts certainly is giving some ammunition to the president himself, who's been very critical of the FBI.
Though even Rosenstein today said that Mueller, his actions fell in line with the protocol. He had that investigator moved over to the HR department. The female that he'd been texting with is no longer working there. So the protocols were in place to discipline these two individuals over the text. And when it comes down to text and leaking, especially in terms of the FBI, I remember before the election, there had been a lot of concern about FBI agents being anti-Hillary Clinton. There had been reports that Rudy Giuliani had been given information from FBI contacts here in New York, and that Jim Comey, the FBI director at the time, was looking into that as well. So this goes back to your earlier conversation with the panel, that different people, different members of the FBI have their own opinions. And so you're going to have one camp that maybe personally supported Hillary Clinton, the other camp that personally supported Donald Trump. And I think you saw Rosenstein say today they're entitled to that as long as they stick to their jobs during the day.
Yeah, and Rosenstein also made clear he doesn't see any need for a second special counsel. Right now, there are enough investigations going on. All right, there's more breaking news. Everybody stand by. It's being called devastating and an earthquake for President Trump. What does Roy Moore's loss in the Alabama special Senate election mean for next year's midterms? We're following the breaking news, including a congratulatory phone call by President Trump to the Democrat who defeated Roy Moore in Alabama's special election. The Senator-elect Doug Jones says the president was gracious and invited him to the White House despite what's widely seen as a very damaging loss for the president, who bucked many fellow Republicans by backing Moore. And Ron, I want to play for you some clips, Republicans reacting to the Alabama Senate results last night. Listen.
I'm really, really happy with what happened for all of us.
Alabamans didn't want somebody who dated 14-year girls.
I think President Trump had it right. Steve Bannon did not have it right.
Roy Moore lost because of who Roy Moore was in his campaign, not because he was president of the United States.
The most important factor in any election is the quality of the candidates, and I think clearly we had a flawed candidate.
So how much does this say, this setback, the president was all in for Roy Moore, what does it say about the president's clout?
Look, Roy Moore was a uniquely flawed and vulnerable candidate, but I think the big message out of Alabama is contrary to what those senators are saying, is that every Republican, whether they like it or not, is on the ballot with President Trump. If you look at what happened in Alabama and how Doug Jones won, it was very similar to the coalitions that powered the Democratic victories in New Jersey and Virginia. Three central components: big turnout and huge margins among African Americans, very big margins among younger voters, over 60% even in Alabama, and a sharp movement toward the Democrats among white-collar whites in those, suburban affluent counties like Madison, Shelby County, the counties with Auburn and University of Alabama. What do all of those groups have in common? They are all groups that are deeply antagonized from Donald Trump, who give him very low approval ratings, high disapproval ratings. And in fact, 93% of the voters who said they disapproved of Donald Trump voted for Doug Jones. 87% in Virginia, 82% in New Jersey. That is the reality they are facing in 2018, whether they like it or not.
You know, the African American vote was huge in Alabama yesterday. 29% of the vote. 98% of black women who voted for Doug Jones.
Yeah, I mean, black women really showing up for the Democratic Party. I think there are two things for Democrats here in this race. In addition to everything that Ron just said, the idea that the Democratic base is energized and engaged, and they really turned everything on. All of the cylinders were on for this race, and they were able to get minority voters out, even if some of those same minority voters thought that Doug Jones maybe hadn't really come out for their vote as much as they would have liked him to. They voted against Trump by and large, and against a candidate that they believed would hurt them. And secondarily, I think Democrats are learning that there might be a path in the South, especially in the parts of the South where there are a lot of minority voters, a lot of African American voters in some of these southern states that could have real electoral power in targeted races if the energy is there, if there's an effort put behind it.
First time in 25 years that a Democrat has been elected to the U.S. Senate from Alabama.
Trump won it by 590,000 votes a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay, that is an enormous. And to your point, Abby, you know, Moore's margins were very big in these rural areas. He did not get the turnout that the Democrats got. And there is a reality: blue-collar white turnout does fall in off-year elections, and the Republican Party under Donald Trump is increasingly dependent on those voters.
You know, Bianna, the Republican leadership in the Senate, they really want to vote on this tax bill before Doug Jones is sworn in as the U.S. Senator. They have a 52-48 margin right now. In January, once he's sworn in, it'll be 51-49.
Yeah, well, if the president could get it on his desk tonight, it would be on his desk. I mean, I think this raises a lot of questions about which of his priorities, if any, will be implemented and can be voted in next year. You've got a one-vote majority compared to a two-vote majority. Look at what was accomplished this year. Tax reform, the president's hoping for, is the one big thing that he's going to be able to get done this year. He had a variety of other issues he wanted to address, from infrastructure, from entitlement reform. I think it's going to be that much harder because you're giving a lot more weight now to those more independent Republicans, the Collins, the McCains, who don't always vote in line with the party. You've got one vote down from two in a majority. It didn't get the president very far this year. He's hoping for one win, but of course this is a hard one to swallow for the administration going into next year.
It certainly is. So what does it mean, Rebecca, for Steve Bannon's war on the Republican establishment?
It's a setback, Wolf. It's a big setback because he was hoping to send a message to McConnell, to Washington Republicans, that he could win these elections against them, against their money, against all of their publicity, and he fell short this time. But his network, they all view this as just a setback, one battle lost in a larger war. And one person close to Bannon told me that the war inside the Republican Party is only going to get more vicious and bloodier. So they are expecting bigger battles to come in 2018. And there are some key Senate races where there are going to be messy primaries between Bannon-endorsed candidates and either incumbents or other Republicans.
You know, Alabama really raises the question, though, of whether success for Bannon ultimately means failure, in the sense that what you saw in Alabama, as in Virginia and as in New Jersey, is that under Trump, what Bannon wants to accelerate is Republicans are trading constituencies that are declining as a share of the electorate for constituencies that are growing. I mean, they are very strong with blue-collar, evangelical, rural, and older whites. Those are declining groups, broadly speaking, and they are facing, in return, a significant backlash among younger voters, diverse voters, urban voters, and white-collar voters, all of whom are growing as a share of the electorate.
All right, everybody stand by. There's more breaking news we're following. We'll resume our coverage right after this. Breaking news tonight, U.S. defense officials are telling CNN that the Trump administration is expected to present evidence tomorrow showing that Iran is providing missiles to Houthi rebels in Yemen, similar to the ones recently fired into Saudi Arabia. As the Iranian and Saudi proxy war rages on in Yemen, the suffering of civilians caught between the warring factions is growing. Our senior international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, she's now in London, but she has an exclusive report on her visit. You just returned, Clarissa, from Yemen. Tell our viewers what you saw.
Well, Wolf, I should start out by saying that it took our team more than 6 months to get into Yemen. That's because there has been a de facto ban by the Saudi Arabia-led coalition on all Western journalists getting into the country. And when you get there, you can see why. It is a country that has been torn in two, with a healthcare system and a state that is on the brink of collapse. Take a look.
Yemen is unraveling. In the north, airstrikes pound Iran-backed rebel strongholds. Among their recent targets, the presidential palace in the capital, Sana'a. In the south, the streets are run by a patchwork of militias, though it's unclear who is actually in control. Some are loyal to their sponsors in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf, others to extremist groups, all vying for control of Aden's port and precious oil resources.
Life here is dangerous and chaotic, but surprisingly, it's not the bombs and the bullets that are killing the most people. It's the humanitarian crisis that is growing by the day as Yemen edges closer to becoming a failed state.
Outside the Sadaqah hospital, medical waste festers in the hot noon sun. Al-Qaeda graffiti still daubs the walls. Inside, the situation is hardly better. The hospital is in desperate need of everything from ventilators to basic antibiotics.
This is a more serious condition.
Dr. Nahla Arishi started working here 24 years ago.
Fever with difficulty in breathing. This is the worst situation now. It is aggravated now.
Because of the war?
Because of the war, yes. We are trying. Our doctors trying, but this is our possibilities. This is what is in our hand.
3-year-old Khadr has been sick with a serious lung infection for weeks.
When did you come to the hospital?
His mother, Yamal, only brought him to the hospital 3 days ago. She says the journey from her village was too far and too expensive. Life is hard since the war. Disease has spread, she tells me. He's my only child.
The families.
Chicago pediatrician John Kaler is here to try to help, a rare visitor from the outside world. On this day, he's visiting the neonatal ward.
Is the soap?
No.
There is no soap, just bottled water.
So in addition to be preemie, these babies are jaundiced, right? And so they're going to get phototherapy.
The newborns have to share an incubator, increasing their risk of infection. Doctors and nurses are also in short supply, leaving mothers to step in and lend a hand.
At this point in time, even if we got more beds here to fill the numbers of patients, we don't have the staff.
When you look at doctors like Dr. Nahla, who could be overseas, are you impressed?
I'm not just impressed, I'm awe-inspired by them. This is a passion for them. The doctors that person these hospitals, those are the real heroes.
Heroes armed with little more than determination and resilience.
What goes through your mind when you see a child die because you don't have the right equipment to care for that child?
I can't speak. Also, I am a mother. I am a mom. I have 3 kids. But this is what's in our hand. This is our facilities. And we are daily speaking. But no one heard us.
A cry for help. But for Khadr, it is too late. He dies the day after our visit. Another death that could have been prevented in Yemen's forgotten war.
And as if, Wolf, the healthcare system isn't stretched enough, on top of this, Yemen is also grappling with the worst cholera outbreak in recorded history. Nearly 1 million cases recorded. They are starting to get those numbers. Now they're seeing resurgence of another disease, diphtheria. Again, diseases that people had really thought were relegated to the history books are making a big comeback in this devastating landscape, Wolf.
Clarissa, what an amazing and heartbreaking report. Is there any expectation that aid will start to get in anytime soon?
There's no real expectation because there's so little political progress, on the diplomatic front. And it's important for our viewers to understand this isn't really just a civil war. This is a proxy war. This is about a rift between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And as long as that sectarian chasm exists between those two regional superpowers, it is very difficult to see how aid can get in, how those people can get that aid that they so desperately need, Wolf.
And it's obvious and very clear to all of us that that rift between Saudi Arabia and Iran is not going away anytime soon at all. Clarissa, thank you so much for that exclusive report, a really powerful report. Excellent reporting for us. Thanks very much for doing that. That's it for me. Thanks very much for watching. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. Erin Burnett Out Front starts right now.